Mic check one, two, three, and we are live. What's up, everyone? Before I play the intro, I just want to say salutes to everyone. Sorry we wasn't able to stream last week. Your boy was out sick, but now he is better. So let's go ahead and we'll get this started. But for now, let's go ahead and we're gonna play the intro. Anyways, let's go. What's happening, everyone? Welcome to Knowledge and Relationships. This is your boy M3, and we are back again with another video. All right, so before we get started, I just want to say salutes to everybody. You know, this is going to be a real thought-provoking topic, and man, we're gonna get into it. All right. But let me know if the sound quality is good, if you guys can hear my voice. Salutes to everybody that's tuning in. I think I see 100 watts in the build. I'm going to highlight you in a minute. But tonight's topic is, drum roll, we are going to be talking about average guys having no dating options. That's right. You know what I mean? Once you watch this, hit the MF hit the MF like the button on the way in. Yes, definitely. Thank you for tuning in. 100 watts. Salutes to you. 100 watts is a guy that loves those that love him, right? So hit that goddamn button real quick. All right. Anyway, so look, man. All right. I've been doing a lot of thinking real quick. And before I really dive heavy into this topic, that's something I just want to say real quick. I feel like, man, lately, you know, we've been like YouTube's bitch for a minute. Okay. I know I had to wait for, I think, the first 8 seconds or whatever, but sometimes it's good to wait for a minute. But I feel like we've been like YouTube's bitch for a little bit too long. Okay. And I understand we have to follow community guidelines. We want to make sure that we don't get no copyright strikes and at least make one of the strikes go away. But look, other than that, hey, we gotta still be ourselves. I can't no longer just feel like I gotta pussyfoot around, play under YouTube's rules. Well, you still have to play through the rules, but at the same time, it's like I gotta still be myself. And a lot of times, I feel like I've been a little bit too soft. I feel like I've been a little bit too soft, man. Like on just when it comes to these relationship topics, I feel like I've just been trying to keep it too clean, like rated E for everyone. Well, tonight, fuck that, okay? Because I'm gonna get down to the nitty gritty, man. And you know, real talk, man. To be honest with you, like I've been around a lot of guys. I've been around with a lot of women. Each and every one of us have our pros and cons. Okay. But at the same time, I'm realistic. Like for real. You know, I've been around the YouTube spaces for like at least three plus years. I've seen a bunch of like angry incels, whether it be both men or women. You know what I mean? Complaining about the same shit. Want to watch this? Hell yeah. Talk that talk. The censorship is trash. Definitely. And salutes to Six Balls. Okay. Thank you for tuning in for the Twitch Game side. She says, "What up, M3?" And she says, "Yeah, fuck that." Right? So here's the thing, man. You know, YouTube's not really paying me enough anyway to really care too much about it. And honestly, I feel more liberated when I'm able to have these type of discussions with you guys. I'm gonna bring you guys up if you guys want to in a minute. That's why I got the sunglasses on, because I'm ready to fuck some shit up. Okay. I had to come over here just for you. Okay. You know, want to watch, like, you know, you had to come here for Six Boss, you know. Salutes to that. Matter of fact, let's give that let's give the homie a one up for that, you know. If you guys can hear the sound effects. Let me know if the sound effects is pretty good. All right. But anyways, so look, right? Dude, we got a lot of men, okay? And I'm talking about average men. I'm not talking about the Jay-Z's. I'm not talking about the Tyrese. I'm not talking about these guys that has the fame, the money, the status. However, I'll be talking about them as well too. And he says, "Let me grab my glasses too then, okay?" And then Six Ball says, "Stop blasting our personal business, M3, right?" Hey. You know, look, man, this is an educational channel, Six Balls, right? So, you know, I gotta bring some things to light, but I think she's talking about the chat. But anyways, right? You know, feel free to like, comment, share, subscribe on the Twitch side. Please feel free to share, you know, to other friends as well too. But yeah, okay, it's only me and one to watch it. Okay. Hey, well, I'm glad that you guys are tuning in. That still makes me happy. You know what I mean? But look, why is it, okay, that in this YouTube space, or maybe Twitch, but I think mostly YouTube, okay, what is going on with these options? And then we also got Scott Pope says, "What's going on, Mario? How do you know about the dating options? Aren't you married?" Well, yeah, you know, if you know me, you know that I'm still married. But what do I know about the dating options? Well, here's the thing. This is knowledge and relationships, right? So I gotta stay in tune, okay, with what's going on. And right now, because I still have friends who may not be married. You know, I don't know, you know, if you're married or not, but you know what I mean, who may not be married but still struggling in the dating scene. So I gotta put it out there. The problem is that the dating scene that I'm seeing right now, that I'm hearing about, that people are complaining to me about, it seems like it's trash. And there's really no key solution to it. Everyone goes hop on from platform to platform to complain about the roles and their sorrows or whatever. Matter of fact, do I even have sad music somewhere? Look. Oh, that's the wrong one. Anyways, I'll get my sound fixed like together, man. But anyways, yes. She says it's freaking trash, garbage muffins, right? And then Six Boss says, "I can tell you my option, but you ain't gonna like it." Hey, I mean, you could, hey, feel free to come up. I'll definitely send you the link, so that way you could also like express, like, you know, how's the dating life, you know, been for you, Six Boss. And then I could also ask you guys some questions as well too. But let's just be honest though, right? When it comes to, okay, these men that comes around talks about, like, I could get this bad shit, I could get that bad shit, and I'm talking about you're an average man, average Joe. Sometimes we gotta be realistic with ourselves. We as men, average men, we don't get those options like that. Point blank, period. There may be some that has the charisma, there may be some that has the looks or whatever. And so your options is a little bit higher than some. But unless if you're like this person that has like high status, maybe a Denzel or whatever, maybe Idris Elba or whatever, people that's well known or Drake, you're not gonna get those crazy type of options going around. And that's the real fact about it. Okay? I'm just giving you guys the honest truth. A lot of these people in this, okay, okay, send a link, I'll come up. All right, for sure. Let me get things started. A lot of these men come around bragging that they have so many options. And I'm like, if you have so many options, then why don't you live your life, okay, enjoy yourself, and stop complaining about these women. Stop complaining about what you don't have. Because obviously you're contradicting yourself. And I've seen that like in a lot of guys. And then speaking of other married dudes, you got some of these married dudes right now, okay, that their marriages is so fucked up, okay, that they're hopping around thinking to their head that they could actually leave their spouses, their families, the moment they get a chance or opportunity to bag a bad chick. But in reality, if you don't even have a job like Tommy, okay, if you don't even have a job yet, if you don't even have the charisma, you're only living in your delusion. But then, yeah, we're quick to say that women are delusional. We're quick to say that like we are the prize or whatever. Which, in some cases, the good men are of a prize. I'm not gonna say like we're all not now, but the thing is, you as an average man that's complaining everything about life, that think that the world revolves around your shoulders and stuff, it doesn't work that way. And so I got my questions lined up. So when people come up, and I posted a link, so anybody that wants to show up and ask me those questions or whatever, Scott Pope or whatever, hey, if you want to come up, hey, feel free to come up, bro. You could ask me those questions like on the live stream, and I'll be happy to answer it for you. But I got my questions up here too, man, for the guys who talk, or the ladies as well too. And one of my questions is, do average guys have options just like the wealthy guys, just as the famous guys? I need to know. Okay, do you think that an average man comparing or competing to someone who's already above his caliber can still have the will and fight to still compete and be successful? I'll give you guys a minute. Six Boss says yes and no. But then she also says it depends on the woman. Salutes to Marcus. Thank you for tuning in. Salutes to my brother, Junior. All right, Marcus, if you want to come up, feel free to come up. But, right now, man, I just want to talk about the average Joe. Can the average Joe compete against the average man? Six Boss says yes and no. But it also depends on the woman. So, and Six Boss, when you come up, definitely please elaborate more onto that. He says, I've gone from a man that had nothing because we connected differently. I had a man with money and I wasn't feeling him at all. She said she'll be there in 5 minutes. Okay, cool, cool, cool. But now that part actually makes sense. Because here's the thing, right? The answer is really it is a yes to it, right? Um, it does feel like a yes and no type of thing, but definitely a guy who is like a Chad or Tyrone, whatever, right, or Pookie Ray Ray, however you want to call these guys, right? Um, Funny enough, these guys can still, an average guy can still compete with a guy that's high in success. But it does depend. Again, that's why Six Boss says, again, it depends on the woman. Because if you're a guy, and salutes to Daryl Long. What up, Daryl? Thank you for tuning in. If you want to hop in, like feel free to chime in to this topic. 100 watts, salutes to you. What up, my brother? 100 watts, man. I'm glad you're
What's
sure.
up? Man, I'm glad you're sure.
Oh, that's a
That's a echo on your end.
okay. While Watts get his fixed up, Daryl Long says watching Loki with the family, but salute family.
But salute family.
I think you have the
That sound better?
YouTube.
I think you have the
YouTube
YouTube up or the speaker up.
hold on. No, I still hear the echo from your end, and it's a loud echo too. What up? What up? N4 Marcus, what's up? Salutes to you. So, Wonder Watch will be right back.
Hear me?
Hey, okay, I'm hearing echo too from your end. What's going on? Hold on, see.
Yeah, what's that?
Try again, Marcus.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, bro, I'm hearing myself for some reason.
Hold on, let me fix it up. Let me be high value and give me some high value headphones real quick.
I know, man, because right now you have that high value echo going on, man, and you know, hold on.
Let me rest my masculinity real quick. Let me rest my masculinity real quick.
Okay. In the meantime, let me see what's going on. And I just realized something. I think YouTube took down my my thumbnail. Okay, that's weird.
Well, I saw it because I saw you.
You say you saw me? But the
I
thumbnail
saw your
supposed
thumbnail.
to. Okay, so you did see the thumbnail. Oh wait, hold on for a second. But when I'm looking at thumbnail, right? Let me see something real quick. See, that's I mean, I can't stand these technical issues, man. Hold on, we're gonna get that fixed. All right. Bring 100 watts back in the building. All right, 100 watts. How's the sound now?
Tell me that sound better.
Oh yeah, way better.
All right.
Hey, 100 watts. I'm gonna let you and Marcus cook real quick. I gotta do some technical stuff or whatever because we're having technical issues. But I'll be right back. All right.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, what do you guys think about average men? Do you think average men can still compete with the wealthy and famous type of men? I'll leave it with that for you guys.
Can you hear me better now? Do I sound better now?
Yeah, I can hear you better now. A little
Okay.
echo,
What's
but
up, 100 watts?
Good.
What's good, they dog?
Man,
How you?
Good, bro. How you doing? How you been?
Hey man, it's another beautiful day. I'm glad to be here.
I got you. All right. Can the average man compete with the average woman? Is that the question?
No.
Can
the
the average man compete with the wealthy, the high value, basically?
Oh, well, as a person who regards myself right now under the highlight of high value average man, I can speak for it definitely and say that no, you cannot, sir. It's tough. It sucks, but it is what it is. No, I think just honestly, it just depends on where you're trying to fish. You know, to put it correctly, if you're a fisherman, depends what type of pond you're fishing at. Most people, on average, they will date usually the person that they work with, or a person they went to school with, or a person they usually hang around with, or even someone they live in the same apartment complex with. It don't matter, or the house or the street or suburbs, wherever you're at. It just comes to find out that maybe nowadays, depending if you're that type of person that's on social media a little too excessively, you start painting a picture, you start hanging out with a certain crowd that, hey, they want to say, hey, well, if you get with this kind of guy, this is the kind of lifestyle you live. If you get with that kind of guy, it's less vacation, more time of having to work, more time of having to pay the bills, and you're going to have to both build up to climb up together. And some people just don't want to struggle. But I think for the average man, it's just the way that it is. It's like until you get out of that, if you want to have more different options, If that's the best way to put it, then that's what the person's gonna have to do, unless they're okay with, hey, there's nothing wrong with settling or saying, hey, I'm okay where I'm at. If you honestly are okay with your at, you just have to understand, like, hey, you gotta adapt to your environment. That's all you gotta do. Is just adapt.
I can't agree with you more. I mean, you started it where I feel like it depends on where you at. Like there are places that I can go to, and I know that I can get some attention. Like that's easy money in sweatpants and slides. Then there are some places that I go that unless I'm driving a Benz with two chains on, they're not gonna pay me no mind. Like it's just a matter of knowing where I slide in at. And I think if you I think part of being at least intentional in what you're doing, right? So if we're talking about relationships, I feel like with men, if you're at least being intentional about what you're doing, then you know that you don't belong in certain. You know that there are certain chicks that you don't even need to be entertained. I'm already privy to the fact that there are certain females that are not going to be interested in me at all. But that don't mean that I'm of less. I guess we're talking about less value now. Like, all right, so that makes me more average because this one chick that got uh, a Birkin bag ain't trying to fuck with me. Like, okay, cool, I ain't trying to fuck with her either. You know what I'm saying? So as long as you know what kind of, like you said, the analogy you use, as long as you know what kind of pool you swimming in, you should be fine. Don't take your ass to the deep end if you know you can't swim.
Yeah, yeah, I agree with that.
You got an echo. What?
I still have an echo.
Somebody's got an echo.
Hold on. I think this is like a streamer issue. Okay, hold on. Let me see. Because I don't hear an echo from Marcus's end. Let me see. And Watts is muted. Say something again, Six Boss. Just want to make sure.
Oh, you want me on mute? Is it me?
Oh no, you're good now. I think the echo just went away. Probably. I don't know.
Do I still
It's
have an
weird.
echo or no?
I can't really tell at this point. Oh wait. Okay, now I'm hearing it.
Now you can hear echo.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
it's
you, Marcus.
yeah. You watch you guys just turn on the YouTube channel, Marcus. I think that's what it is. But shout out to Six Boss. Thank you for tuning in. How you doing, Six Boss?
I'm good. I don't hear the echo anymore.
I don't think so either.
Do you guys?
No, it's good now. I think it went away.
All right, cool.
All right, thanks,
I'm good.
Marcus.
How are you?
Oh yeah, pretty good. So I want to talk about this issue, right? That and this is not like me bashing on men or whatever, right? But I feel like the men in the space on YouTube, okay, like the average guys who's claiming that they have a whole bunch of options. Okay. If you have a bunch of options, why are you tuning into YouTube? Like, why are you there? Like, pretty much fall in line with like the rest of shit. If you're the type of guy that could get so many, bad chicks, shouldn't you already be living a life as opposed to being with the rest of the people that's complaining about these relationships? I mean, it goes vice versa as well too, as far as with some like women, but in reality, comparing to the average guy and the average women still, I mean, and based off like, their beauty along with their personality, they can still have more options, even compared to men who have like, maybe a boatload of money or maybe some type of success. But when it comes to an average man competing against, a man that's be above average or successful, some people will say that the average man may not have a chance. Other people will say, well, the average man can still compete against like people who are wealthy or rich.
Right.
And Some of them could still even bag certain chicks, as opposed to the rich people trying to flash their money around to keep the chicks. But what do you
I
think?
think a man's perspective on dating and a woman's perspective on dating is going to be two totally different perspectives. And
Okay.
that's been proven. I do my show on relationships and sex as well. So hearing the
Hmm.
conversations over the past 2.5 years and all of the comments from both men and women, it's totally different, the perspective. So to answer your question in regards to, can a man that's, let's say how it is, a lower class man compete with a higher class man or a
Hmm.
woman? And that was exactly what I said in the chat. I was with a dude that legit had nothing.
Right.
He didn't start that way, but things happened during the relationship, and I'm not just gonna bounce because he lost everything. Legit,
Right.
like his job, his house, everything. He had nothing. And I still stuck
Hmm.
by his side, but I've been with somebody that was on, let's say, on par with me, where his money was right, financially secure, he was emotionally available, all of this shit. But I didn't have that connection with him. So
Hmm.
I didn't pursue dating further with him because he could have provided me with everything. If I was one of those girls that was going after a certain type of lifestyle and was after a man for certain type of things that I felt like I needed from him, maybe. But in that case, with the guy that he had his own restaurant, he
Hmm.
has his own equestrian, he's got he's invested into stock. Like he's good. He's set. He's a gentleman. He'd be a perfect match for like any woman, just not for me. And it was like
Right.
I went on like 2 dates with him, and at the end of the day, it wasn't for me. If there's not an initial spark, like here's the thing, if I
Yeah.
I feel like in dating, I don't think it's so much like, for me, speaking as like Priscilla, for
Hmm.
me, it's never about the money. It's never about the status. It's the status quo. It's never about what he has or what my status is going to be being his girl. None of
Right.
that. It's legit. Does he make me feel safe? Does he does he does he respect my boundaries and the things that I need in a relationship? Is he
Hmm.
funny as fuck, and is the sex good? Those are like some major shit that I look at the beginning. But like the connection, if the connection isn't there, if I'm not feeling you, I'll know it. And I don't know if it's like that for you guys, but for me, there's always been like an immediate or instant attraction to the person that I'm interested in. Like there's a dude that I've been wanting to date for a while, but he doesn't have his shit together right now. And I can't move in on that. But from day one, however long I've known him or encountered him ago, that feeling of like that connection or
Hmm.
wanting to explore that connection more, like build on that, hasn't gone
Right.
away. You know what I mean? So from
Hmm.
like I can't speak on behalf of all women because there's a lot of women. I feel like you might be leaning more towards like not me, women that get their bodies done and are into makeup and hair and that kind of stuff. And I'm not necessarily saying gold diggers or they're looking for a sugar daddy, not those women, but there are women that do want children. They want marriage. They want a house. They want traditional things that require a man's presence in a relationship with them to be able to have those things. So I would say I agree with you half and half because, yeah, there's average middle class women like me, let's say, that want that shit. And
Right.
the dudes, my dude number one ain't gonna make it for those girls. They need
Hmm.
somebody who's emotionally stable, financially stable, all of these things, you know what I mean? So they are gonna go for the more high value man. But
I think
No, no,
I
no. That
think
is.
the exit like I
Okay.
think
What?
what she's talking about answered the question that you asked about why some of these dudes are on YouTube, right? Because some of these guys are freshly walking into money. So now they're putting themselves, they did the work, they went to work, got the money, got a house, all of that. And through all of that, they've never developed a sense of humor or they
Mm.
didn't develop how to have a conversation. So now they're on YouTube like, yo, I done bought Shorty a car. She live in a big house. Why she don't want to stay with me? What's wrong? Like why she don't want to stay? Because bro, like this is why he on YouTube because he trying to figure out what is it that I'm doing, what is it that I'm not doing that Pookie doing? Because Pookie getting all the
Mm.
hoes and I got all the money. What's happening right now? So I
yeah,
think that's why
that's
YouTube
right on
is
the head.
valuable for some of these dudes because you never know what you don't know until you get there. Like Some dudes think that the only thing you need is money. He didn't realize that, you know what, maybe I should have read a couple of dad jokes before I went on this date. They might have been corny jokes, but maybe I could have made her laugh at least one
No,
time.
but he's right.
You know
Like,
what I'm saying?
I just want to speak on behalf of the women. We like that shit. Like, if there's no connection, if you're not trying to make an effort to get to know me, or here's the thing that we didn't even mention so far: relationships really, truly should be built on a friendship first. You mentioned dating in 2023.
Mhm.
It's trash for me. I'm speaking for me now because exactly what 100 Watts said is people are out there just to they're like, oh, I'm doing this and I'm doing that and I'm not whatever, I can't find anyone who's loyal or who wants to be real, and people are just throwing these
Right.
statements not even fucking knowing what they mean. But at the end of the day is like, I'm just gonna like with Watts, I fucking like the person that he is. He's not a fucking millionaire, he's not no upper class man or whatever, like, not to say anything about, I don't know at the end of the day what exactly like from what I know, you know what I mean? But that doesn't mean that I wouldn't pick him over dude who's a billionaire for a company. Why should I pick that guy when I genuinely give a fuck about the person that Watts is and can build with him because he genuinely gives a fuck about me? And at the end of the day, if you can't build something on trust as a foundation, aka friendship, then the money ain't gonna save you at any point.
Right. Right. And here's the thing. All right. I'm glad that you guys are up here because this topic is basically more of like, okay, like expectation versus reality. You know, what is like the product that's being presented that you're looking for whatever type of solution that you're hoping to gain from it, but then when the reality sets in, it leaves a lot of men frustrated because all what most men, especially in the space, is taught is that like self improvement, but they don't really get down into the nitty gritty that there's more different ways than just getting your finances in check. I mean, yes, getting your finances is important, to sustain yourself and have a healthy lifestyle. But I think a lot of men, like pretty much, maybe subconsciously, omitted some of the other topic points. Whereas, okay, how to really become a real man. That hey, it's okay to actually be comfortable enough to love a woman, to actually be, you know, humorous, or like what says, like, okay, maybe you're saying stuff that's corny, like little dad jokes or whatever. But if that's something that's actually give you that fulfillment, if that's a part of your personality that makes you feel comfortable, why change yourself? You know what I mean? To try to fit the mold for someone else. And I think a lot of these men are trying to conform into the woman's liking as opposed to pretty much inviting what both parties like. And to invite them like, hey, let me invite you to like what I enjoy as a man as well too. But everybody thinks the easy solution is basically getting money.
Well, can I ask
Can
you
you hear me
guys a
now?
question, like from a male's point, like you, all of
Yeah,
you?
I can hear you. You still have an echo, Marcus.
Fuck.
Sorry.
The question, just piggybacking off what you said, as men, don't you think that a lot of you have said that you've sort of been taught or conditioned certain things from childhood, from what you've seen, what you've heard, and like the environment that you grew up in? And a lot of that plays out in your current relationships, not just romantic ones, but all relationships. So the second, my question is knowing that we have been brought up with all of these conditionings and things that we were taught, how do you as men now deal with unconditioning those things that are not, you're not supposed to really be thinking that way, or that there's a better way to go about certain things, or like unlearn some of the toxic shit that we were taught as kids or that we've seen as kids in regards to relationships and love? So like as a man now, what are you, not necessarily what are you guys doing, but how do you work around that specific thing, like all of the shit that you were taught when you were a kid, knowing the difference now, but being able to apply it into a future relationship. Because I think that that's where a lot of it comes from, is we know that we have been brought up with some fucked up thinking and fucked up ways of living, right? All of us. And at the end of the day, we're here in 2023. Not only do we have all this fucking technology around us, but there's podcast upon podcast upon podcast that we can watch on any fucking topic. So if we're learning all of these things and we have all of this knowledge, because none of us on this panel can say that we don't have it, because we've all discussed it in regards to what a healthy relationship looks like, going into a healthy relationship, how to keep that relationship healthy, all of that shit. We've discussed it over the couple of years that we've been on here. So how do you guys as men now come out of that old way of thinking into adjusting yourself into all of the new knowledge that you have and actually applying that to the women that you're dating?
Fuck up a few times. Just fuck up a few times.
All right.
That for to speak for myself personally. Go ahead, Mark.
Real quick. One at once. Because I'm done dealing with this shitty ass technology that Six Box was talking about, because I'm struggling on my end. All right. So having to adapt to this environment, and I even said it before, that's just a part of like evolution. And I I'm glad you put it like that, because me, I've been with the same woman for a few years now. But even before that, even in the middle of it, or the cusp of that, as I was dating her and she was dating me, and prior to her as well, dating in this avenue, it's changed a lot. Because I hear about other people, I hear about other guys, other men that are saying, hey, they're out there, but there's not enough of a substance. It also depends on where you're looking at, because a lot of times we as guys, what's that saying? We fall for what we see, women fall for what they hear. They gotta sometimes move past that sometimes. And I get it, right? Like, no matter what, you're gonna have to have some type of physical attraction, just like Six Boss, you said earlier. The guy that you want to mess with, he's gonna have to have a certain style to him and a certain way of how he walks and carries himself.
No. Let me just correct you real quick. It's not even. It's the connection.
Right. That all pays into the overall chemistry and the overall connection. That's why I was saying what I was saying. Like, for us as guys, we got to realize, hey, this is the type of like women that we are looking for. We have to make sure we understand, hey, we have to adjust to the environment. We have to adjust to the type of person that person is. Because a lot of times, like earlier, somebody said about, hey, let's buying the chick the car. M3 was saying about when a guy has the money, he buys the chick the car. But did you pay attention to the type of person she was, her character, what she was showing, certain body language, the flags, aka social cues, things like that guys need to pay attention to more vividly. But they don't, because sometimes they look past it. They just want to look at the makeup, the pretty face. She bats her eyes. She says a sweet little nothing. But then you realize maybe they didn't really mean it. Now you're playing a whole nother different game. The cerebral game. The long game. And that's where a lot of guys, I think, get messed up and get mixed in the sauce with it. They either get too comfortable sometimes. They either let their egos get in the way. Or they just are that naive that maybe they don't have that much experience. Then when they finally do settle down with one woman, they put all the chips on the table for that one woman, which I understand. But at the same time, nowadays, people are just so much guarded now. People are now trying to get to the finish line so quickly without understanding everything revolves work, time, patience, understanding, loyalty, trust, all these foundations that a few generations before us, they had it. Now it's kind of gone.
Yeah, as a woman, I 100% agree with that, for sure. Hi, Glenn.
I want to say salutes to everyone from Six Box Channel. Thank you guys for tuning in. Please make sure you guys follow Knowledge and Relationships on Twitch. We're also like on YouTube as well. So definitely give us a follow and a subscribe. And also for the ones who are watching us like from the YouTube or Facebook side, salutes to everybody. Also support Six Boss, support 100 Watts as well on Twitch if you guys have a Twitch channel. But thank you. Go ahead, Six Boss. or was it Wonder Watts that was talking?
No, I just wanted you guys to answer, so you and Watts can go ahead and give your answers too. I was just curious on the
Mhm.
perspective because there's been. I'll tell you why I asked that because when we talk about mental health and when we talk
Mhm.
about relationships together, it comes up in topic often that men don't specifically don't want to be vulnerable with women. They don't want to let their guard down. Exactly what what's his name? Sorry. I forget. He was just saying like they don't want to let their guard down.
Marcus.
Marcus, is my
Marcus,
name.
thank you. And I think that it going back to what you said, it's just things used to be so different where he was saying that, like our parents or our grandparents had kind of like this foundation of what a relationship is. And I
Mhm.
feel like nobody can define what dating even is in 2023. Like what even is dating?
I feel like dating nowadays is all about hookup culture. Like you said, like excuse me, like people negate the core component that actually makes relationships worth sticking around, and that's actually building friendships. You know, um, and of course, you and I could definitely like agree to this six boss, right? Because I think we're around the same age, but back in
How
our
old are
time,
you?
hmm?
How old are you?
I'm 39 now, November 3rd.
Yeah, we're the exact same age.
Okay, for sure. So, so we came from an era where we enjoyed friends with benefits, you know, and the way how,
Yeah, but even friends with benefits back then was different. Wouldn't you agree?
well, yeah, that's why I mentioned friends with benefits, right?
Yeah.
She says yes, Mario. Yes. Um, see, friends with benefits was like, okay, although like you wasn't really together per se, but that was your homie. That was like your ride and die. It's like, hey, like the same thing that you have like your male homies or whatever. It was almost equivalent to your
I do
female homies.
actually think, like, thinking back to high school days, it was easier to
Uh
like fuck one of my homies and still be
huh.
friends with him. But like now, if I was to fuck somebody that I knew or like was friends, kind of friends with, or like whatever, once you have sex,
Right.
you fuck it up like this. If you guys don't want to pursue anything, it's just like, okay, I'm done with that person. But I feel like in dating in
Mm-hmm.
total is kind of like that. Like everybody just wants some dick or some pussy, and like once they get that, they're like, all right, on to the next.
Right. Right.
That's
Right.
why I was saying like there's no substance or connection. Like it's so hard to find somebody that you're like, yo, I really fuck with this person. Like I love their vibe, I love their energy, I like how they make me feel when I'm around them. I love their mindset. Like it's so I don't even remember the last time I said that about a dude. You know what I mean? And I feel like for me dating, that's
Mm-hmm.
exactly what's missing. And that's why I like kind of put it in the back burner because the options now, going back to what your whole topic of today is like those dudes that are like on YouTube and shit and social media icons and whatever the fuck you call them, influencers. They
Mm-hmm.
have this idea that exactly what you said, because they have a car and because they have money and they have their own place or whatever, it's almost like
Mm-hmm.
an entitlement or an automatic entitlement to like, yo, I can get any girl I want and she'll be happy with me. That's not the fucking case, because it goes back to what I said, is if there's no connection and friendship, it doesn't really fucking matter what you have. Don't get me wrong. There's of course there's a ton of women who would like take the opportunity, you know what I mean, and just be with them just cause, but it's not because of loyalty and love. I can tell you that.
Right. It just we're just living an age where it's like we're looking for anything that's easy and accessible to us. And again, going back to the friends with benefits thing, unfortunately, that's replaced with like, oh, you're being in the friend zone now. You can hook up with someone, you can't even claim them to be a friend without your other friends, your homies saying that, oh man, you're being soft or whatever. And we're being conditioned into saying that, look, it is wrong to be a woman's friend. It is wrong for a woman to label you as her best friend. Now you're in the lowest of the low position while she's out there, getting her ankles knocked loose by Chad and Tyrone that will never be friends with her. But she has to go by this code that I cannot date my friends. I gotta date strangers off, I don't know, Tinder, Bumble, whatever you want
Here,
to call
I'm
it.
laughing because you're right. Like the advice that I've gotten from a lot of
Well, we
people
know that.
around me was next time six, make sure he's a friend first. That's one of the things that, and actually most
Mhm.
men have given me that piece of advice. Six, next time around, make sure he's a friend. Or the
Yeah, I
other piece
think.
of advice
But
that
there's
men have
levels.
given me is whatever man that you meet at the beginning, that's the man that you're getting into a relationship with. Don't think you can change him. Don't think that you're going to do
No,
this, whatever,
no,
whatever.
that's not. No,
Hold
that's
on,
not.
hold on.
No, it's
But
not.
who you are is who you are. When you get into a relationship with the right woman, I know that there's a lot of things that can change. I'm not talking about that part. But like at the beginning, that's pretty much the man that you're getting into a relationship with. The man that I meet, if I'm meeting you today face to face for the first time, who you are is who you are in this moment. That's the man that I'm meeting. That's the man that I'm going to pursue. I'm not dating your past. I'm not dating your future. For me, I'm dating the person that you are now. Can we build a future together and talk about where that's going to go? Fuck yeah. Because whatever dreams you fucking had for yourself, if you want to be with me, that's definitely going to change because now we're merging our lives together or planning on doing that at some point. Feel me? So of course things are going to change. But that's the two pieces of advice. The first one was the most important is make sure he's a friend first.
Right. And
I
I,
And we
laugh
you
all know there's
because I
levels
have
to
friend
friendship,
zoned a
though.
lot of dudes and I'm like, I won't give them the pussy because and like
I
they're
know, and
probably
that's what I'm saying. We all know that there's levels. There's levels to friendship. There's
there
definitely
is.
levels to friendship because there are dudes. Because
Can
as
you
Six
really
just
call it a
said, there's
friendship
dudes that
though?
can just
That if they're just waiting for their opportunity?
see, but that's their thing and not hers. If
No,
she
I know,
decides
but
to
like
put me
that
in the
at
friend
that
zone,
moment, then that's called what? That's called what's the term you like to use a lot?
Manipulation.
No, um,
poaching.
no, it's when you straight people can't be friends because one or the other. Uh,
Oh my God, get that Steve Harvey bullshit out of here.
no, I'm
what?
serious. What's that
Uh,
word called again? I'm trying to remember. Uh, they use it a lot in some of these spaces. I've heard it before, but I'm trying. Six box or M3 or 100 if you can help me out. It's where they
Okay,
can be.
okay. You said when a guy's waiting for, but you're
That
not
means
talking
they.
about a friend zone, right?
No, it's a term they use. It's a literal term that they've used before, where platonic. It can't be
Oh,
platonic.
platonic.
Yeah, like you can't be platonic because if you knew deep down they always wanted you not just to be just a friend. That means they've always thought about you in a way where it wasn't more than just a friend. They want you as a girlfriend. Maybe sometimes I want you to be my wife. There's people that literally think that stuff and they go on. They try to jump the broom with that kind of stuff. With
Hmm.
the whole deer in headlights type look later, and then they realize you know it wasn't
Yeah.
what they thought it was, or the vice versa.
But see, this is
I
why I
but
think
see,
think
that's
like
unfair
people
with,
need to
with
because
make their
you could
intentions. Wait, but
yeah,
this is
go
why I
ahead.
think
You guys go ahead.
yeah, but this is why I think like in this case, like guys need to make their intentions known. Like so, let's say for instance, in the initial start, let's say like okay, if I were in a position where like I'm meeting this woman, but this woman is I don't know how should I say this in the beginning stage of friendship, but I have attraction for her. I think that now these days, like guys need to let their intentions known right away if you're feeling it. But then there may be a situation where it's like you guys was like really, really vibing. You wasn't thinking about like no attraction. You wasn't catching feelings like for him until maybe later on in like in your friendship. And I think that it could be kind of awkward, right? Trying to say, hey, like I know we established this friendship, but I mean, especially now these days. But I really find you attractive. You know, I want to see if I could take it further, if possible. And if she reject you, here's the thing. I know the minister will say, well, cut her loose. Let her go to the street somewhere, or whatever, or to someone else's boulevard. But just take the L and then just keep enjoying the friendship. If that person is really more of a friend to you than an actual companion, you know what I mean? But again, our era was a little bit different as it is like in 2023. It didn't really matter what time frame. It's like, okay, if you're feeling her, hey, you're feeling her. If she's feeling you, She's gonna let you know. She's
Okay,
gonna
well,
tell you, hey,
I
I
have a
want.
question. I have a
Yeah.
question for Watts to answer then, because you
Mhm.
and Marcus are both in steady relationships. So for Watts, for
Okay.
you, what's 2023 dating like for you, or how has dating been for you since you've been single, as opposed to how it was before, and like what do you like and what do you not like?
I mean, to the question that you asked earlier, just about like
Keep it a
how we were
buck,
brought up.
100. Keep it 100.
No, I'm gonna keep it a whole bean. That's all I do, man. I keep it a whole bean. The question that you asked earlier, you were talking about how we um um unload the stuff that we were taught and reteach
Yeah,
ourselves
like
certain things.
unlearn the shit that
Like
we were taught as kids.
I
Yeah.
yeah, like to unlearn it. Like for me, that was the most important thing because I was raised by my mother. My mother had a whole village of females that would look after us. So they, a lot of the times they would give me game and be, happy wife, happy life. Every time I would sit down and they would try and give me game, it was always about how to make her happy. It was never about how a woman should make me happy. So I was brought up on the thought process that my job is just to make my woman happy. So through going relationships, I realized that I was doing shit wrong because I was so focused on her that I got lost. So relationships, I have a hard time comparing my previous relationships to what I'm looking for now because I was fucking up. I wasn't doing it the right way. So to compare those relationships to what I'm looking for now is kind of jaded in my opinion because I didn't have an understanding of myself then versus now. So in terms of dating now,
Mhm.
I know what I'm looking for and it's simply just sticking to that. Just when you find out what you're looking for, just stick to that. Don't get all cute and shit. Don't get all fancy and shit. Just stick to what you're looking for. I know what I'm looking for. You know what I'm saying? I can make some slight changes, some deviations because there's
Can
never
you,
gonna
like,
be someone
for
that
both
fits
the
the
men
mold
and
perfect.
women, say what some
Wait,
of
wait,
those things are? Because I honestly
wait,
feel like
wait,
that's important to
wait,
say.
wait. Hold on for a second, six boss. But Walter Watts, right? I do have one quick question because when you mention about the happy part that only benefits like for a woman, and it sounds like you apply like that type of advice. Why does it feel like it didn't work? Because I'm for sure like your goal was like, okay, how can I keep her happy? Why did it feel like it
Mhm.
backfired?
Because I was never taught how to communicate what makes me happy. Right?
Okay.
So if I've been at work all day and Shorty's at home and she mad and I get home from work and she got an attitude, she's not even asking how my day was. Did I have a good day? Did I have a bad day? I didn't know how to communicate that I had a bad day. I didn't know how to communicate, hey, look, just give me 10 minutes, let me decompress, let me get the job off of me, and then we can talk about whatever you want. I
He
didn't know
was
how to
never
do that.
taught
So a
what to
lot
do
of times,
for himself or what he should have from a woman. He was only taught what to do for a woman, and
what
that's what a
yeah,
relationship is.
yeah,
Yeah,
One side, like pretty much one
yeah.
sided, is what I heard.
I get you though.
But
That was
that's
pretty
why I
much it.
asked,
And that was
because
pretty much
now
it.
you were saying that you know what you want in a relationship now. So like, what are those
Mhm.
things for both the men and women? Because I feel like a lot of people are just confused, and hearing somebody that might have some kind of sense or foundation might help.
There's really only three things that I really need, and everything else we can negotiate. I need a woman to be able to communicate effectively. If you can't communicate with me, I can't do shit. I need you to be able to have good decision making skills because I need to be able to trust you with my life the same way you should be able to trust me with my life. So I have to trust your decision making skills. And number three, your emotional control is super important. If we're out in the world and we ride in the car and somebody cut us off and you decide you're gonna roll the window down and throw a bottle at them, see now your emotional control is just way too far out the fucking window for me and I can't fuck with that. As long as you can do those three things, we can work everything out. I don't necessarily need you to cook for me because I know how to cook and we can DoorDash some shit. Cool. I do need you to know how to clean because I'm not be the only one cleaning the house. Like some of that shit is negotiable, but the intangibles, that personality stuff, is the part that I'm looking for the most. That's what's the most important to me now. Because when I was younger, I tell you, oh yeah, she gotta fuck good, she gotta know how to cook, she better clean my shit, she better have a bath runner. Like I would tell you all that ignorant shit like 5 years ago when I was in my mid early 20s. Like I probably would tell you some goofy shit like that. But now I'm a grown ass man. I know how to run my own bath. I know how to cook my own food. I know how to do laundry. Like some of that shit is negotiable. It's just The communication, decision making, and emotional control. That's the only things I need from a woman.
I even like just as a woman on the other side, I can even hear it from you, like how you were just describing, like how your relationships got fucked up because it was how you were taught. I get that part, but hearing you speak now, that's why I wanted to hear that, because hearing you speak now, it sounds so definitive. Like you know differently. That's what I was kind of looking for, is like, was there unlearning in regards to, you know, what you want now in dating? Because a lot of people don't take the time to, that's kind of what I was looking for in his answer. People don't take the time to figure out what their rules and boundaries are for themselves. And people take that word boundaries and like things that you're okay with and not okay with to get into a relationship, deal breakers, I guess, seriously enough. And those are, you set those for yourself so that you could stay protected and safe with the things that you're okay with and not okay with, right? So it's that was great to hear, honestly, because there's so many men that can't even say that, or that get flustered around trying to answer that question. And I can see why now.
Right, right.
I do think also it is important for people in relationships to get used to or become comfortable with getting broken up with, right? Because if you're in a position where you're relearning and trying to reteach yourself stuff, you're gonna mess up along the way, right? So if you're trying to unlearn some things and you get into the space, well, I don't want her to break up with me. Now you're gonna start reverting back to that bullshit that you're trying to unlearn, where your only thing you're thinking is keeping her happy because you're worried about being broken up with, because you don't want to be alone. Like, you have to be able to be in a relationship, do something wrong, have someone say, "Hey, I don't like the way that this went. I don't think we should
Yeah.
be together anymore." That way you can separate from that, go sit down in the corner and be like, you know what? Damn, maybe I could have went about that a little differently. Or maybe, you know what, next time instead of me doing this, I'm gonna come
Like
about it that way.
emotionally intelligent and in tune with their feelings. Like going back to what you said, I feel like before my feelings were so out of control that I could say anything that I fucking thought. Most times, if I got angry, especially. Now, not so much. Like I'm gonna still say a little one two on my stream. That's for entertainment purposes. But when it comes to like behind the scenes, there's really no need for me to open my mouth on a lot of things, because I've learned so much around that. Like as a woman, I think that Watts is 100% right. Like a lot of people will just, on that last point, like him saying that he needs to see how his woman is, if she can hold her tongue, how her character is, especially out in public. Like, can you
Mhm.
fucking control your feelings or not? Because that is one thing that I feel like women struggle with the most. And I'm gonna stand up for women, but I'm also gonna agree with Watts, because I'm being real with you. Our menstrual cycle is 24/7. It's not just, just listen to me first. I said I'm gonna agree with you, Cupcake. Give me a shut your fucking you are this. He really wants, the guy needs to come out of me right now, eh? Okay, that's what I thought.
You
We
go ahead.
really do deal with a lot of fucking jumping hormones from day one to the day that we get our period throughout. It's a cycle. It's called a cycle for a reason. Just because we get our period and we're actually bleeding for 7 days doesn't mean the rest of the time we're not on our cycle. It's called a cycle for a reason. When we're not actually on that time, our body is still going through a ton of fucking changes and hormonal changes, and that's facts. That's not me being a woman. That's me stating the fucking facts, scientific facts. Here's what I'll say. I have recognized through being a woman that it was very important to journal those things, because I could recognize when those feelings were starting to come up. And when I was able to pinpoint that was fucking happening, like on 5 days before I would get my period every single fucking month. Like, why do I fucking want to cuss my boyfriend for no reason all the fucking time right before I get my period? Because my hormones are jumping. But here's what I wanted to say in regards to him saying control your emotions. We can't control how our body deals with our period. That's facts. What we can do is do what I did and fucking figure the fuck out where all of this attitude is coming from. When I figured that out, I was able to back the fuck off my partner during that time, and recognize that's where it kind of started for me, is to recognize to fucking hold my tongue, because it wasn't really me wanting to say a lot of shit. It was legit just me being annoyed with my body. And I was taking it out on
And
him.
you wanted to
It
say
taught
more
me
shit.
that outside of me being
What up,
angry
Jay?
either at him or like any other situations. Didn't matter if it was business or if it was with my friends or whatever. This is why I said I'm gonna agree with you, Cupcake, okay? Because he's right. Sometimes we just be saying things willy-nilly all over the place based on our emotions. And I do agree with him that women need to sometimes shut the fuck up because your man doesn't deserve all of the things. So I don't know how else to say it because like sometimes like he said, he can come home and his girl could like just start giving him fucking attitude without even asking him, how was your day? Like, are you okay? Are you stressing right now? Like, do you need a minute to unwind before we actually have a serious conversation? Because I do need to talk to you. Whatever. Do you need to have a bath or what? Women don't do that. They're just like, it's all about me. He did something to piss me off. As soon as he walks through the door, I'm going to chop off his throat. And like, that's how a lot of women act. But I'm saying that I understand where he's coming from, but I'm not saying that it's right. I'm saying I understand as a woman where it comes from, but I do think that women need to take a step forward and start owning the shit that we can't change about ourselves, but bossing the fuck up in those areas. Because if we don't, whether we like it or not, we're going to go through this fucking cycle until we don't go through the cycle anymore. But at the end of the day, for the majority of our life while we're dating, we're going to have to deal with this shit. And if we don't learn how to deal with our emotions and how to hold our tongue and how to treat and talk to our men better, we're never going to have healthy relationships. Period.
Look, I'm going to just say this real quick. Wait, hold on for a second, Marcus. Jay, good to see you here. Okay, all right. This time around, I'm going to try to be a little sensitive with the period moment because I know last time I was a little bit. Anyways, I'll just put it like this.
You made me so mad last time I was here. I was like, bye.
I know, but okay. So in a nice way, I could just say this, right? Look, I understand when it comes to when you guys have like your periods and all that, and I'm not going to dismiss it. However, and I do agree with you. It's no excuse like for how you treat like your significant others. But I think the reason why it's easier to lash out on people that's close to you, right, is because you guys are comfortable in doing so. I don't see no woman with her period acting a fool like with her boss or someone that she's not really comfortable around.
Oh no, they do. Trust me.
I mean, may say. I mean, look, if you say I'm like, okay. I mean, you're a woman, so I'll agree with you to a certain
Girls
point.
will tell you that girls be like. Listen, I'm telling you from a girl's point of. This is facts. A girl can tell when another girl is on her period because of the way that she's fucking acting. Real shit. Like, if we know that she's being out of pocket and it's like silly as fuck, we'll be like, that bitch on her period and she needs to calm the fuck down. Real shit. We know.
All right.
It's
what you just said is exactly why I have the stance that I do. What you just said is exactly why I have the stance that I do. 6, you are carrying 39 beautifully. It looks amazing on you.
Thank you, baby.
But ma'am, you are a grown ass woman. You are 39 years old at this point, and you have a period once every fucking month. It's not like it's once a year. It's every fucking month. Now, this is where I'll give the nod to, right? Because whenever that's happening, your body might ache, you might bloat a little bit, it might change your appetite, certain shit like that. Like I'll give you the slide on that. But that emotional shit, nah, come on, fam. You've been doing this for almost average is what? 10, 11 years old when that started happening?
I'm going to stop
10,
you.
10, 11 years old. No, real quick. I'm almost done. I got you. 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 Most females, if I'm not mistaken, especially now 2023 with the chicken nugget, the average period is starting around 10 years old. 10, 11 years old right now. So you, for over 20 years now, have been having the same thing happen, and you still ain't figured out how to regulate your emotions?
What I'm trying to tell you is no.
That's crazy.
That's why I was trying to stop you, is because no, that is not correct. I literally was just telling this on my stream the other day. I got my period when I was in grade 5. Okay, so you're right. I have had it for a long fucking time. It hasn't been the same. When I first got my period as a child, I used to black out, pass out because of my period, and it was just that was one of the symptoms with back cramps and like aches. Here's the thing, when I got pregnant after I had my kid, my whole cycle and all of my symptoms, the symptoms that I had before didn't exist. All new symptoms. after I got my IUD out 2 years ago. No symptoms. Newest symptom is I can't fucking stay awake for 2 days. So I'm literally just passing the fuck out. So I said that to say this. You can't say that. Number one, every woman's cycle is 100% different. 100. There's not one woman that goes through the exact same thing. Number two, the symptoms that she has, her hormones and her cycle will change at least 4 or 5 times over the course of her having her period for her lifetime. So you are 100% incorrect in that. And say, I understand where you are coming from, but it's not true, because if that was true, where I was experiencing the exact same thing on time every fucking month for 25 years, trust me, I would have figured a lot of shit out a long time ago. It don't work like that, bro. And I have to say,
You got it. I'm gonna tap out.
Nah.
I'm gonna just say this real quick, Six Boss. You know that most of you ladies still enact and react in your emotional way. So we can say 30% will act this way, 25% will act that way, 10% want that cheeseburger, 30% want that chocolate bar. You know, it is what it is. The chicken walk the street. But what I'm
fucking right. We don't even fucking know what we want, but we want you to go get it. Just go get it. Okay.
I just wanted to say earlier though, because I didn't want to bring it up because I was like chilling, but M3 wanted to silence me, but it's okay. I appreciate that. But I want to say what 100 Watts was trying to say earlier when it came to that relationship that the man will have with the woman, when the guy won't want to let that go, or most people want to let that go because, for one, they're so worried of messing up that they don't want to fail. So you have that in their head as a person. They don't want to fail. They don't want to mess up. But they have to remember they're human. You're going to mess up on certain things. You're going to make mistakes. You're going to go through trials and tribulations in a relationship. Not just you as your own individual self, whatever you're going through at work, whatever you're going through with your family, your relatives, but also within the relationship. So there's that issue in itself. So now you get to that stage where, okay, now I'm going to doubt myself. Now you're not as secure anymore. Now I don't feel as confident anymore. Now you have to worry about all those other factors. So it's like a domino effect.
Yeah, and so that's why when people say something real quick, exactly what you're saying. That's why I wanted you guys as men to speak. Maybe Jay has something to say. He just got here, but exactly that. Like I wasn't necessarily trying to stand up for the women, right? I did agree with Watts 100%. Women do make men feel, like I said before, they can't be vulnerable with their women.
Well, you and Watts have your own thing, so I don't know what the hell's going on.
We don't have our. When's the last fucking time we talked? Okay, people think thing is going on between us. I got some dick just the other day, and it wasn't from Watts. All right.
I love it. Listen. I love it. It's entertainment. Okay. I love it. It's entertainment. I love it.
But my question to you guys, for real, is though, at the end of the day, you guys are having problems opening up to women because of how they make you feel. Like women will come up with their emotions and like start lashing you on this or that or whatever. So why would a man feel like, number one, that could potentially be his partner when he can't trust her to be vulnerable with her emotionally, or even just have a simple conversation with her, right? And number two, if she can't control her emotions because she's not only taking everything out on him, but also everything that she's feeling and trying to lay it on him to burden, it's going to be too much for him at some point where he's going to be like, I can't handle this. So how do you guys even begin to start to open up to a woman, or to like trust, or to like communicate? Because I feel like that just doesn't happen nowadays at all. And I understand where men are coming from, because they've been treated like shit from women.
Look, you just got to grab some balls and you just got to speak up. Look at Jay real quick.
I don't have a problem.
I think the girls can do that.
You guys, what's up? I could
the girls have balls, then we start.
No, both of you put the shades on. What the hell?
Yeah, right.
Hey, he said he was gonna put the shades on earlier.
M3,
Watch know what's up. We're talking about like relationships, like between of course between men and women. We're talking about, well, actually, it started off with like, how can average men compete against above average men? And then we just pretty much start talking about women and their periods, and how can a man be able to communicate with a woman while she's in her emotional state?
No, hold on.
And
Let me
we went through the
correct
whole
you though. I
spectrum
only
of
brought the
that.
periods up to say that women do need to learn to control their emotions because we know that we got that shit anyway. So we need to stand up and control that shit. That's what I was agreeing with Watts about, is that a lot of women don't know how to control their emotions and they need to learn. What are you looking at me like that for? Do you and I need to have a off-camera conversation or what?
I'm saying you hit the whole accent on me and everything because I wasn't saying that that period like it. I'm not saying that it doesn't affect you. I'm not saying it doesn't affect y'all differently. The only part because this is where I'll agree with you. Like I said, the physical part, because you were talking about now you got to sleep for 2 days. There was a time where your body might ache. There might be a difference in the amount that your body will push out in terms of your flow. Like I understand all of that changes, but the one thing that remains constant is being able to lash out and have an emotional response to some bullshit, and then turn around and say, "Well, I'm on my period." No, fuck that.
No, and
Because if I,
I
as
just
a man,
when a woman
but this is what
yeah,
I
I
got
just
you, and the
I don't
reason
think
I
that women
stand, I
should
know,
use their period as an excuse. So if I didn't say that, I'm saying it now. I do not think that a period
I
should be
know.
an excuse. I just think that I said that to say that women need to recognize that about themselves and fucking start changing that shit or learning
No,
to
I understand because
better. Yeah.
that's where you start off with. You was like, hey, you guys have these things, right? You're included, but
Yeah. So how are we gonna manage it so that that shit doesn't happen? You know what I mean?
yeah, no, I
Like
get that.
at this point in dating, I will say I do like Karen's question. I don't know if you guys want to answer it. What would you say
Which
an
one?
above average guy is? But I just wanted to say real quick, I do think that a lot of men are scared to get into like single men now that are trying to date, scared to get in relationships because women don't make them feel safe either.
Yeah,
Jay should answer that
Nobody. I'm
first.
sorry.
I guess it is.
I
Well,
was going to say something, but I'll leave it
I'm
at
sorry. I was coughing because of what she said.
Oh,
I made you choke.
I'm sorry. It's just because sometimes I get allergic
It.
when listen. I was choked because no, I'm just gonna be honest though, because I understand, I agree with your perspective, and I agree to some things, but there are things I don't agree with. It just so happens that if we're talking about now, we're thinking of picking and choosing who the responsibility lands on and where it falls for. We know that, understand that, hey, learn behaviors and how we are as people. We learn from a young age, right? And we develop it to ourselves later. And some of those stems and roots are still there. If you're gonna say that's because some men are just because women say, oh, women, see men that are quote unquote, PUSSI or PUSSY when it comes to being with their woman or whatever, or
mhm.
don't stand up for something. Well, then it goes down to the stem of the root. Then it's either what they saw in their mother, or it's what the lack of their parents didn't teach them.
Mm. And
Or
that's
or it may not, or it may not even be their mother. It could be somebody else. It could be a grandmother. It could be a sister. It could be women that were in his life at a young age that he saw that, quote unquote, maybe that played an influence on them.
yeah. But basically, what you're saying, Marcus, is that it was a mother figure that probably played a huge role into misguiding the young man. Correct?
Correct. Like that's half of it. The other half is the dad or lack of a dad, or maybe that father figure that maybe just didn't have a backbone.
Right, right. Jay wanted to go next. He had something that he wanted to say. Go ahead, Jay.
All right. What's up?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. All right, man. I'm trying to say some shit all the time. Shout out to my man Ward. Shout out to the boss. Shout out to M3. Shout out to M4. Or changes his name every fucking stream. All right. Because you guys have made me laugh for like the past fucking 6 minutes that I've been on here. I can hold you. Okay. I want to respond quickly. M3. So I got everything that you guys have been talking about. Now I'm just gonna fucking condense that shit now.
Okay.
Okay. What Watch was addressing with this one boss. I'll just call her 6'2" boss. That's all. So 6'2" boss.
Six
Basically,
is fine.
yes.
Just 6.
6 boss. All right, fine. All right. So I have heard multiple times girls using that as an excuse for why I'm angry, and trust me, I bar none know that you ladies, when you're quote unquote on your period, you are going through a lot that y'all have a hard time controlling. I get that. That is biology. That is cycle. That's all that shit. I get all that. Not insensitive or ignorant to that shit. I had a girl that was on that shit at one point in time, and I let it go because that's her biology. And I'm like, yeah, all right. But there comes a point in time when people utilize that shit as a weapon, and I can't stand. I'm sorry. I can't stand people using that as an excuse for bad behavior or going on a tantrum. Even if a man is being understanding and he does know, doesn't mean he should take full brunt of that. Is what I'm saying. Now, granted, they're like I said, if that's my lady. That's my lady. I'll rock with her regardless of anything. Trust me, there is. You can't. What's the word? M3. How you would say this? You can't prepare to deal with crazy. That just
Right.
That's not all right. No, I don't give a damn what man you are. You just be like, what the hell is this? And I'm like, well, it can't be that period time because you already had that already. Unless every woman has a period like every freaking 10 years or every 5 years, which would be crazy if that were to happen. And I'm just like, I don't think it carries on all the way up to your 30s. If it does, then I'll have to do more research on that because I've never heard of that. And I'm not saying you said that, but you'll hear things like that, and I'm just like, where are you getting some information from? It sounds like bullshit to me. That. So the thing is, whether as long as the man is not, I'm not fucking feeling, as long as the man is not being disrespected any type of way, it's not much an issue. It's just a matter of like you bringing it. I'll say this: you having an excuse to have quote unquote bad behavior, to keep using that as excuse is bullshit, and it's not acceptable in any regards. And I'll tell you this: it's similar to this. If a man got off or had a bad day at work, and I'm not saying and man here, don't do this. I don't give a damn who you are. Don't bring your shit at home and then complain to your wife because you sound like the fucking woman. because it's very similar in that regards. Like, I had a bad day at work. I'm sorry. No, nigga, you don't get to do that. You're supposed to be a dude.
Come out. Before you finish, I need you. I'm just asking for clarification. I'm just asking for clarification on what you just said. Are you saying that he should not talk about his day with her?
Personally, he shouldn't. He should talk to his boys about that day. If he had a bad day at work, particularly, or like,
can I just ask from like a man, like you're saying it, you're a man. Why would you think that we don't want to hear about your day? I feel like that's one of the first things that I ask like my partner throughout the day. Even like I would love to communicate with my partner throughout the day, if possible. But if not, if he's just coming home, I feel like that would be probably one of the first questions that I ask. So I'm just curious.
Okay. All right, I'll give you an answer. There's two answers I have in that regards. One, you don't hear much about our problems, and I'm quite fine with that because I don't really want to share much of that anyway. Two, if we were to have a talk, I don't want to worry you about anything. That's number one. Number two, if we were to have a talk, it would be about your day, because I can spend hours on the couch hearing you talk about what you did throughout the entire fucking day. That's not a problem. That's not a problem for most men.
Can I tell you something?
Most men wouldn't sit down and hear you for that.
The reason I asked that, I just wanted to tell you something in regards to what you're saying, because let's say we were dating, it's nice that you want to talk to your coworkers and stuff so that you don't have to lay that on me, and then ask me about my day. But here, like, just from how women think, she's gonna think that you don't give a fuck. She's gonna think that, yeah, you're putting the effort. She is, because here's the thing. We talk about, this is what I talked about for real before you came on here, was I didn't say this word, but it's reciprocation, right? So before you got here, I was saying that a lot of times in dating or even just in partnerships nowadays, the communication and the reciprocation is not being met. So for example, relationships are never going to be 50-50, but just like specifically talking about what you were saying, if you come home and you care enough to ask me about my day and I'm sharing all the details or like whatever, and you genuinely give a fuck. I'm not saying that you don't, you're just doing it just cause, right? Like I feel that from you. You give a fuck. What makes you think with the connection that we have in the relationship we have that I only want you going to your boys to talk about work? And the reason I'm asking is because like at Six Boss, as somebody's woman, I'm a business owner. So with my partner, talking about work is going to be important because I don't know what he's going to, I could just be asking him how his day goes and I could get a new creative idea from him just telling me how his fucked up day went. Because the way that my mind thinks, I provide solutions, right? So like that's what I do. I always just finding a way to hustle and provide solutions. So I'm just saying it in the sense of like, we don't think this deep, right? But let's go this deep. If you don't tell me about your day and I'm a hustler, I'm a business owner and we're running businesses together, and you decide to only share that information with your boys, you ask me about my day, two things are going to happen. Number one, I'm going to start thinking that you're having an emotional affair with another woman because you don't want to share. I'm telling you though, from a woman's point of view, it's true, right? You guys are asking about
Go ahead.
this or why is she acting this way? This is why, is because there's no reciprocation. So that's why I'm saying is if you're doing that for me, as a caregiver, as a nurturer, as your woman, I'm gonna want to be there for you, even if it's to vent about your fucked up work day. So for you to take that away from me, I'm not saying like you don't have to do it all the time, but to totally take that away from me is going to make me feel distant from you. It's going to make me feel like you are emotionally cheating on me with somebody else, because why are you not telling me about something as basic as your day? This is how a woman's going.
And most people do say leave work at work, but then again,
that's what I do. I leave work at work because that is what I'm.
Yeah, but we work at work. As human beings, we all go to work. But the thing is that we don't just leave work at work. That does come home in our energy. It's a part of what we live and breathe, right? So how can we not?
Six Boss. Let me make it simple, pretty much. Basically, Jay, right? You know, when you're saying these things, right? Subconsciously, you're teaching that woman that it's all about her, that life revolves around her, even though that's not your intention. Your intention is to take it to your boys whenever you feel stuff. And I get that. I mean, those times when you should really take things to your boys is if you're messing with a superficial type of woman. But if you're already having a woman, let's just say that's already holding you down, you know what I mean? That's loving you and give you that type of energy. It's okay to actually let her know, like, hey, maybe if you had a bad day, maybe your boys might not be around, or maybe your boys might not be able to give you the comfort that you're looking for, that you need. Now, some women can't really handle the truth. We know that. But some men may not be as reliable and as helpful as needed.
Tom Cruise. Say it, Tom Cruise.
Can I just say one thing to Jay, though? You're not wrong. Like, I would say that in any scenario, it's about communication. And that's why I brought it up, because look how, like if the two of us are in a relationship, look how different we think. It's about perspective. And we're both trying to look out for the other person, but it's not going to work, right? So like if you're thinking you're kind of protecting me by not laying your shit on me, and you're doing it out of like good, pure intention, you just don't know how that's going to affect me by not sharing. So I still feel like there's still, don't just not do it. Have a conversation. Yo, babe, I go through all of this shit at work every day, and I don't want to come home every day and lay this on you because it's dumb. I want to be able to leave it at work. I'd rather talk about it with my boys, but I just want you to know if there's at any time you want to talk about my work or I could lay my shit on you, is that cool with you? Like, have that conversation. She might be like, motherfucker, I need you to talk about this shit with me every day because all I do is talk to the fucking dogs when you're gone. I need a human being in my life. I need a hug. You know what I mean? Like, she might come at you with something like that in regards to why she wants to or why she doesn't fucking want you to tell her. So again, it's about communication.
I got you.
I don't want you to feel like you're wrong because you're not wrong. It's just perspective. Right. It's the couple, right?
Right. No, man, I'm agreeing with you. It's all about, first of all, it's all about the narrative. It's all about communication. It's all about setting the precedence for what you got going.
Queen, I got you next.
Both of you. And the thing is, for me, that, like I said, I want my girl to have no worry about that. And I'll tell you this: the time that when I talk to you, like at least when I'm out for work, we'll talk about other things besides work. Like I said, that has to be the main thing. Now, like you said, if you and me own a business and we're running it, of course we'll talk about that. We have no choice. We're both together. because I think that's kind of different scenario. If you're like a stay-at-home mom and I'm the protector and provider, I'm going out there and getting it done for you every day. I'm working overtime and stuff. I don't want to bother you with that shit because it's a lot of bullshit to give to you.
Option away from her, give her the option, right?
Yes. Yes,
like
like I said, it's the option to ask you. Go ahead.
We take options away from our partners without even asking them all the time because we think it's what's best for them. Would you guys agree? Like, I feel like male and female equally do that. Oh, I'm not going to tell him about this, or I'm not going to talk to him about this because he's already had a really fucking hard day and I don't want to stress him more. But I've heard my partner say, I don't give a fuck what the fuck I'm going through, Sex. Tell me and let me decide if I can handle it. But I need you to tell me. Like, they've been clear about that. You know what I mean? In the past, before that, it's always been keep it to yourself. So again, it goes back to conditioning, right?
And one last thing too, though, right? Yeah. And that's how you can really tell, right? Hey, if this person is, sometimes you can tell if this person is really right for you, because if there's a person, right, that can actually be able, like Watt says, control her damn emotions and hear you out as you tell her about certain things, then you know she's stable enough for you to really be open to other things as well too. I'm not saying that's going to be perfect, but you know, I'm gonna let you go ahead and give your answer, Jay, and then Queen, if you're up or awake, I'm gonna get to you next, okay?
Trust me, she's a Zendaya fan. She's always up. Shout out to Zendaya. Shout out, Queen.
Y'all talking about Zendaya? Watch your mouth. Okay, I'll go on mute.
Your Queen, we do gotta have that talk. By the way, I gotta know why you love her so much. I do gotta know that. I think it's beyond fan. but like I said, I can see why. So the thing is, like I said, every man is different. Every man's gonna either set the precedents or he's not going to. Kind of just go with the flow, and I would recommend you men doing that personally. It's all like I said, it's all about setting. Like I said, it's all about setting the precedents. And if you can do that, kudos to you. If you cannot, there's going to be issues, complications. I've never really had that problem personally because I'm a good communicator. Now I'm not gonna tell you freaking everything because I'm not gonna tell you my life history. You don't need to know all that shit. That's wild. Why I gotta tell you all that? Yeah. Okay. I was in the slums, and then. Do I really need to tell you on it? That's why that's not important. That's not something important you need to know about. That's just like it's not a factor or gonna have an issue whenever we're together or anything like that. That has nothing to do with now. Like what matters is like now, the here and the now, what we're doing now. That's what matters. Like I said, I'll be straight with you. I'll communicate with you. I won't tell you all my days particularly, but. Anything of relevance that is worth talking, we'll have a talk about it, of course. And you will be the first to know, obviously. If you're I'll say this. I think communication actually gets better as the longer you're together, and also if it pertains to marriage that you guys are married together. Because I think at that point there should be nothing holding y'all back particularly, and you should be more comfortable with one another to talk to one another about pretty much anything at this point. And I've always said it should be done before marriage when I say that. So there's no secrets going in before you get married. Like, I forgot I'm married to somebody else. Some bullshit like that. That's bullshit. But you need to make sure that you are man of character of your word, and also that this is what these are the rules we have. This is what we're going to follow by, and every day we live by them, and we'll improve upon them. And like I said, and it's not like I'm going to say it's not an easy assortment or an easy adjust, but it slowly gets better and better. That's what it's supposed to. It's supposed to be progressively get better, not progressively worse. If either one of you is lacking, then you talk to your significant other and you freaking tell them. I'm not saying be a dick about it, but let them know, like, so, babe, you're kind of lacking on our communication. Because I've been trying to talk to you about something, and it's important that we sit down and talk. And that's why I said, like, that's where you throw the fucking phones away. That's where you both sit your ass down and you talk to one another. That's how you fucking do it. I can't do that. Nah, I'm not putting my phone down.
Play a board game, Play a board game, watch a Netflix series or something.
Yeah, that too. Like I said, there are certain things that break place to want to get to having a talk about something. It doesn't mean you have to be like a negative thing when y'all talk. It could be a positive thing, of course. And even with bad, I'm just saying this. I have to say it. We can't exclude it out. Even with bad information, I guess like bad news or something like, yo, my father just passed away, things like that. That's not going to be an easy good talk, of course not. But it doesn't mean that you're not gonna feel some type of way about it, especially if you're a man. Like you're and we gotta attend it on this quote unquote day. So I'm not in the best today. So of course, that would definitely tell you that. I'm not trying to hide that from you because that's not good for me not to tell you that. Just saying.
Yeah. So we get it, Jay. We heard loud and clear. I gotta get to Queen real quick.
Yep. Don't be a bitch.
Yeah. Right. Queen. Okay.
Yes.
Let me ask you this question. Okay, new one. Is financial compatibility important?
Financial compatibility.
Well, so the whole topic, right, is average men. Okay, we all know they have no dating options. They could come up on this YouTube space talking about they could mess with this girl X, Y, to Z. All right, but in real life they have zero. Okay, but anyways, beyond that, right? Is it important for both men and women, right, to be financially compatible? Okay, should both of them be making $100K a year? Is it okay for some to make less and some to make more? That's the question. What do you think?
I don't think it has anything to do with being financially compatible. I think it's being financially aware, like your finances, because you can make 100,000 and be broke, because you have you don't understand budgeting or anything else. So being responsible. So I don't think it has anything to do with how much you make. I've seen people make well over 6 figures and they don't have nothing in the bank. And I've seen people make less than that and they got plenty of money in the bank and they doing fine. So yeah.
So basically financial responsibility.
Aware. Yeah. Financial responsibility. I think that's the issue.
So what if one person is financially responsible and the other person is on a mild level? I'm not going to say like that's not
a derelict.
What's that?
One person's financially aware and one's a derelict. Well, I think you got to pay attention to that beforehand, and that's when you just have the conversations, My parents, my dad wasn't better with finances than my mom, but my mom was just better with finances, meaning that he didn't overspend, but my mom knew how to budget better or, make money go where it needs to go quicker.
All right. Okay. Let me ask you another question. Have anybody ever seen a recent interview between Young Jeezy and Nia Long?
Not yet.
Okay.
What happened in the interview?
All right. Well, there was like a quote, right? And I understand where Nia Long is coming from. Because some people are taught that, like, okay, if you're in a situation where your partner, right, or the person you're with, you're growing. Okay, you're growing as a person, as a woman or whoever, but maybe the other partner is not up there yet. They're trying to get up there where you're at, but there's like a slow growth. And you feel like if you stay with that person, then you're pretty much doing yourself as a disservice, meaning that you will not grow further and beyond because your partner is staggering. And if that's so, the solution is to leave your partner and go find someone else that's on your level. What do you guys think about that?
That sounds toxic as fuck.
I was just gonna say the same thing. When I saw him on the mic, I was like, let me let him talk.
Well, if you're talking about someone, if Nia Long is talking about herself, it's true. Now, for the
Okay.
average person, that's not true. Like, I don't see Nia Long dating someone or being someone who is making 5 figures. I
Well,
don't
why
see
not
that.
though? See, that's
I
why
mean,
that
it
sounds
depends.
toxic.
It just,
That's
to me, it
exactly right.
depends. It depends.
Mm.
Because sometimes, a lot of times, depending on what's happened with her in relationships in the past, she may think that they're only with her because of her money. So that just brings a whole lot of other things. So I don't see her in the same circle as certain.
But then in
I
that
just
sense,
don't see that. I don't see
but in
someone
that sense,
making
then
5
it's a
figures
problem on
and
the
being
other end.
able to talk to her. I just don't see that.
But it's a problem on the other end too, because even the people that are in her industry that are making more money than her, let's say she does come across um, another black man that's an actor that makes more money than her, who's to say that he's not with her for clout? He might not be with her for
Sure.
money, but he's with her for clout. So it's
I
the
just
same
think it
thing.
depends.
I think the statement that you made earlier, you know people that make over 6 figures and are broke as fuck.
Mhm.
And you know people that
Mhm.
make under 6 figures and still live well. I believe that if you're solely focused on the amount that someone makes, that's where you're gonna get into a lot of bullshit.
Mhm.
Because me personally, I don't make 6 figures, but I have doubled my income. My yearly income has doubled over the last 18 months. I don't make 6 figures, but my income has doubled. And based on the track that I'm on right now, I have the potential to increase my income by another 10,000 within the next 8 months. That's that's growth. And to some
But
people, like to someone like Nia Long, that is small growth. That's little growth. A $10,000 increase on your yearly income, that ain't shit. But at the same time, I think what needs to be valued in that, in the example that I'm giving right now, what needs to be valued in that is a woman being able to look at that man and say, you know what, Playboy grinding right now. He
That's
did something and double his income. He
it.
coming up right now.
It's
He
the
has the
mindset.
mindset and the thought process. He has the thought process and the mindset to be able to build. So okay, cool. He's only making 80,000 this year. I just made 3.5. You know what? I could rock with Playboy because if he
I
keeps doing what he's doing right now, this time next year he'll probably be at 100. Like this.
exactly. If I'm Nia and Watts is Watts, and I see his working habits, I see his motivation, I see his hustle, I see that he knows how to grind, I see that sleep don't mean shit to him because he has a goal for his future and his family. At the end of the day, I'm gonna give him that fucking 100K that Karen just put in the fucking chat to invest into himself so he can move at a faster pace. Feel me? If that's my partner and I
Mhm.
believe in him and I see his, that's what I was talking about just now. I don't give a fuck about all of the clout and all of the shit. I don't give a fuck that that guy had an equestrian and I could live in a fucking mansion and be taken care of for the rest of my life and not fucking do anything. I don't want that life. I want somebody that has substance. I want someone I have a connection with, and I want someone I could build with. That's for me. That's not for every woman, but exactly what Watts was saying, he's right. Because if I saw that habit in him all around, I'm gonna give him that fucking money so he can move faster. And I'm gonna still be with him. Because guess what? He might take that 100K and turn it into $1 million in 3 years or less. I don't fucking know. Then what? Now he's on the verge to now he's already made connections. He's already made his own business networking ting and ting and ting and ting and ting. He can do whatever the fuck he wants. I don't know how fast he needs to grow or even potentially make more money than me. If I'm Nia, I'm not fucking really working. I have what I have. Feel me? That's why I was saying in the beginning, my statement doesn't change. It depends on the woman and what she wants. Like, what do you value as a man in a relationship and in a woman? Your life. And the same thing for a woman, because ultimately that's how you're going to choose your partner. If you have some sense. We're not talking about these fucking YouTubers that we were just talking about. But I feel like that's right. Don't you? Like if a woman, like, put yourself, do it opposite. So like let's say you're the man with a lot of money and shit, right? Let's do this scenario because we're talking about that. So let's say an average woman. And let's say you work on Wall Street and I work in a fucking diner. We'll use that situation, okay? Let's just say that I do make a good amount of money. I'm a fucking lawyer, but you're a millionaire already. You're a celebrity, all right? So at the ting and ting have to be said. I already done cuss out once because you got me going. But let's say you see work habits in me. You're the man that I'm going after. You're the high class man. This is the exact topic, right? So I want a man that he's 7-8 figures. He's got his shit, da 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 da. But I'm also a lawyer. I'm busy. I'm independent. I got some money. I'm not on par.
We have a lawyer in the building right now.
But
yeah, go ahead.
And I'm also building, let's say, my own business on the side. So you as a man, for me, what does that look like for you in pursuing me?
Okay, so you're like a work in progress. Basically, that's what you're saying. I get it, right?
I mean,
Roles reversed.
For me, I'm good. I'm one of the top lawyers in New York. And on New York, that's big.
Right. So here's the thing, right? Okay. You heard this part plenty of times in this space, where it be on YouTube and maybe someone on Twitch, right? And every man's gonna tell you this, Six Boss. They're gonna say, no matter what position you in, you could work at McDonald's, you could be flipping burgers, you could do whatever. You could think of the lowest. You could probably be a garbage woman. You know what I mean? If you're pretty as hell, a rich man is not even gonna care about that. You know what I mean? They're gonna wife you up anyways, regardless. Especially if you carry on a certain type of attitude. But now let's play the role, right? But let's say you got something that's going on. Like in that caliber, if you're a type of woman that's like, you cool, you have a good personality, and you're driven, I think a man will be quick enough to invest into a woman faster than if it was the other way around, in my opinion.
That's interesting, just because the first 3 qualities that you said were basically what I was talking about, and that's the connection piece. That wasn't even the physical piece. So it still goes to show that even when you're explaining, like in the back of your mind, your thought, you still go after her character and how she makes you feel, her energy and shit.
Yeah, but the problem is, you hear a lot about the YouTubers that be saying that, well, everything is all about looks. How did I get the little thumbs up? Okay, that was weird, right? But I never saw that in the first.
No, I get where you're coming from. Like most men, as long as she looks good and ting and ting, if they
she
have
looks good, she gotta have a fat ass or whatever, right? You gotta be fine as fuck or whatever, right? And then we're gonna just go after you. Nothing else really matters. But on the contrary, that's not even the case. It still goes to the same principles. Yeah, we are a little bit more visual. So when we see that first and you looking good, that's what's going to catch our attention before us even trying to get to know you. Matter of fact, that's going to make us want to get to know you. But the problem is, where most women fail at, right, is that as soon as that come out, right, that's where like shit hits the fan on the opposite end, because it depends on how you really express that type of energy. If you're a negative person, just like if I'm a negative guy or dude or whatever, right? Or maybe a bland type of dude, you're not going to really stick around with me for too long. Don't matter how much money I have. Remember, you said that earlier about the man that got, stocks or whatever. You didn't have that connection. But the other guy who didn't have so much, and salute Von Eric, I see you. The guy who didn't have that much, you had a connection. Maybe he didn't have his stuff together, but I'm gonna put it like this: the connection matters. Sam, I see you in the building. Salutes to you.
And that was what I was gonna say. Like listening to you talk when
salute.
He didn't say anything about looks at all, even up until this point. So that's why I was like, I don't know. Maybe for some men it is, and for some men like Watts, it's really just. He, like I said, he didn't say looks at all, like anything about her body, her physical type. He said everything about her character. That's what matters to him, because that's gonna be his partner in crime.
Yeah, and that's why I'm just trying to give the reality of it. Like, we look at character as well too. It's not like we care. Like, I mean, we care about how you look, but it's not the end all be all. You know what I mean? By the end of the day, we want the same respect just as much as you want respect from us. And I think you guys deserve it just as much as we deserve it as well too. So to On the Spot Live, thank you for tuning in.
Yeah, I just wanted to say salute to the panel. Very interesting conversation, great topic. Um, the thing is I know I'm controversial, but I'm just saying, um, average guys have no dating options because they're average guys. Like guys that are not average, um, they have options. So for myself, for example, I don't actually date because I don't need to date. I have too much stuff going on to even think or contemplate about dating or take the space and time to even think about it. So, you know, not being funny or nothing, but if you're an average person, you will have that space and time to contemplate this stuff. You'll have that space and time to actually think about the date and think about the person that you're and where you're going to, if it's a restaurant or wherever they want to get to. But most people that are not living that type of life don't have the time to actually do that. So, you know, whether you want to call that average or something else is speculation. But realistically, it's about the circles you move in. And what you'll realize is if you're in a country club, I don't need to take you out to a date because we've already made a connection. And what we'll do is make an arrangement to actually meet up with each other in a certain type of situation, and things will go down a bit differently. But the whole playing about dating, I went through that when I was a teenager, and I think potentially our minds have moved on from that, for some people, and we still trying to come back to the whole dating thing, like we're still young like that and trying to interact with each other in that type of way, when we don't actually work like that anymore. We've already moved on, we've already progressed, we've already evolved. So then we need to like treat each other in a different way to get where we want to get to. Hope that makes some sort of
Can
sense.
I ask a Can I ask a clarifying question, Simon?
Sure.
There was a question that was in the chat that we still hadn't asked, that we hadn't answered yet, that I do think is great for us to slide into right now, just based on what you just said.
What was the
What is
question?
it besides income? What is it that makes a man above average? I'm curious to hear from the men as well as the females here. What
It's
makes
character.
a man above average
It's character.
outside of the income?
It's character.
I don't think
Because
that that's what we were talking about, though. Not character in this situation, like for this topic.
well, I'll explain. I can
I mean,
explain
it would be.
if
Okay,
you
go ahead.
allow me. Um, the reason why I say that is because you know, regardless of what you go through, it takes a man's character to actually pull through whatever the problem is. So you know, people face things every day, but if you don't have character to get through it, then it becomes real problematic. That's when people start to break down. Like,
Hmm.
for example, if you have a woman around you, a woman could be very emotional about something that happens, and that's not her fault. And I relate to the prior conversation that you had about the cycles and all the rest of it. Women get emotional. Like, if a man has been rich one day and broke the other day, he still has that character. He still has the understanding of how he got rich. So that allows him to potentially build again. And this is why women keep saying about potential in a man. That's why women keep saying, I don't mind if a man's broke. I don't mind if a man is earning
Yeah,
XYZ. If
yeah.
he has potential, then I
It's
could
not.
work with him.
Yeah. I feel you on that. From a woman's point of view, I do. Here, let me say this. As me, I 100% agree with you because that was my scenario. I went for somebody who had nothing, connection, as opposed to somebody who had everything, literally, and I didn't have a connection with them. I can't fuck with somebody I'm not mentally attracted to at the end of the day. And to the opposite point of that is that there a lot of women are not me. So speaking on other women from how I see women in this world, at the end of the day, I feel like there's a lot of women who see Like kind of, I just kind of want to put it how 713 said it in the chat. Like there's fuck boys and there's not fuck boys, and it has nothing to do with money. And I think that women have become more aware of themselves and have a little bit more self-worth, because we're going back to now from a woman's point of view. When we think back to, we were talking about you guys and the things that you grew up learning and your habits and how you see relationships and all of that stuff, that shit applies to us too. So somebody was talking the other day, you know, you put a boy and a girl in a room and you give them a bunch of toys naturally on average. The boys are going to go play with all of the action figures and the trucks and the cars and this and that, the sports toys. And the girls, right, just think of it as a kindergarten age, right? And I'll make my point. We go after the dolls and the kitchen sets and the this, that, naturally. You see kids do that, right? So again, from conditioning as a little girl, I was taught to like do all of these things. And I was also taught throughout my lifetime that a man should provide the house and he should be taking care of the money and like da 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 da. Me specifically, but there's a lot of women that have been, right? And so I say that to say, yes, I agree with I don't know his name. Is it Simon?
Yeah, Simon Hector.
Simon.
Yeah,
I do agree with, like, for me, because I said it to you guys, I do go after character 100%, because that was my point to Watts' last comment. Like, if he has the habits and the motivation and this and that, and I see that in him, it's not necessarily the potential that I see in him, it's what he's already displaying. And that's why he laughed at me when I said that the man that I'm getting today, the man that I'm meeting today, all of you that you are today, not who you were yesterday, but who you're going to be in the future today. That's what I'm looking to invest my time into, to grow with you. Do I think that we can change together? 100%. But at the end of the day, there are women that are just going to go after the men with the money for certain reasons. But there's also women that don't give a fuck about that shit. And it's fuck boy or not fuck boy, in the sense of like, can the man, as Simon described, does he have the characteristics of he could be a millionaire one day, lose his money the very next day, and still hold his character the same? Because that matters. Safety and security, for, I would say, most women are probably priority in looking for a partner. Again, I don't know if Queen wants to speak on this too, but from a perspective of
wait, hold on. But I do have a quick question to ask you. And I mean, I'm hearing this character, I'm hearing the potential a lot, right?
I didn't say
I just want to make it clear, right? So I get an understanding. I just want to understand, like, from where your head is at, right? You're okay with, as long as the guy has strong character, right, or the potential to become something, right? That's what I'm getting from you. Yes or no?
For me, but it's not just the character. For me, it's the connection always, right?
Okay,
it can't just be one thing.
Okay, I get it. So character,
here.
Connection,
if a girl, let's put it in simple terms. If a girl is going after a gold digger, she's looking for certain shit. She's looking for a guy that has a certain type of look, that hangs out at a certain type of crowd, has a certain type of status, and X amount of money. She's looking for that shit. If I'm looking for something real, I know what I'm looking for. I'm looking for energy. I'm looking for somebody that has family values. I'm looking for somebody that has great character. And I'm looking for somebody that I could actually build with. And I find those things by looking at, let's say, Watts, and seeing that he has this money. You know, he said that he's already building his income by another 10K in the next 8 months. For some people don't even see 10K in a year. Let's be real. You know what I mean? At the end of the day,
wait, stop right there, right? That was the part I was looking for, right?
Character, energy, and connection, though. So that's what I was saying. There's two different.
No. I get you, but hold on, but slow down real quick, right? Okay, but I get those things, right? All those things, they sound great, but let's say, for instance, and I'm not trying to, don't confuse it with like, okay, with the money part, but let's say like, you have all these things, but when it comes to building, right? I'm talking about like a secure lifestyle. Okay, remember, let's just say he's fumbling the bag on that part. I know at this point, money is not the factor, because you're looking at all the other characteristics, which that's good. But if he's, let's say, an unlucky person, right? When it comes to the financial security part, the stability part, will you be okay with that? Even if he's just working at something that is minimal, you know what I mean?
That my answer before was yes, because I said if I was Nia Long and Watts was Watts, I'd still consider him a partner because of his character, his working habits, this that. I already see what he can do.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure because
you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Now, I just want to make sure for the people who's listening, right? Because I know you mentioned about other components, so I just wanted to bridge all that stuff together.
No, I agree with Simon. For me, I'm going to go after somebody with character, somebody I have a connection with. There's other things, obviously, but yes. But then I'm saying there are women that's going to go after the total opposite for the wrong reasons too. And that's what we were talking about is, does the average guy have the same chance as this guy up here? No, he doesn't. In 2023, no, he doesn't. I'm saying for me, there's still girls that are like me or better than me or think way different than me. And like they match to like these healthy relationships, let's say. But there's still a ton of women, as is their men, that have toxic fucking characteristics and ways of thinking that are like the YouTuber influences or whatever we were talking about, that doesn't know why the fuck they can't keep a girl. Because as Watts was saying, and you were saying in the beginning, a lot of these men are just throwing their money, they're throwing their car, they're throwing their looks, they're throwing their house in her face, saying, I can take care of you, but they don't understand what take care of you.
And the most important thing is they're throwing their insecurity to your face.
What's that?
And the most important thing is that, which I don't think we talked about it, but I think somebody in the chat said something, or maybe it was Marcus in the back chat, we're throwing out layers of insecurity. And that's where most men are messing up.
Yeah. But that goes back to what we were talking about, not dealing with our shit.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah. Me? 6?
Yes, please.
Of course
you see what you're saying about when men provide and do certain things for women. Is it not because women ask for it?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying is I was agreeing with you in regards to what you said for about women going, you think that women definitely want the character, and I do agree with that because we look for safety and security first. I do agree with you, but I'm saying that there's a whole nother world of women that do that opposite of what you're asking. So
do they not ask for much more than that though? Don't they ask for like the car, the house?
I do know women like that where they don't give a fuck about who the guy is at heart. Like they don't care who he is, as long as their bodies are paid for, as long as their meals are paid for, all of these kind of things, they don't care. And there's a lot of here's how I know, because we're talking about dating in 2023. I have 2 dating apps that I used in the past. I don't really fuck with them. But at the end of the day, even on there, the men would tell me that all you get on the fucking apps is, can you be my sugar daddy? Or if you want this pussy, you could take me out for dinner. Like that's what they get. They don't even. So when I message somebody that I like, they're surprised because I'm like, yo, what's up? How was your day? Da, 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 whatever. You like a normal person. I don't know.
I've never experienced dating apps, so
you don't believe I'm real even because they're like,
why'd you even do that? Why'd you get on a dating app?
I thought that I didn't have any other options, I'm being honest. And because in 2023, it's very hard to meet people in real life. And I'm just being for real. Like I used to be very outgoing and go everywhere by myself. I don't give a fuck. Restaurants, ball games, whatever. I don't care. After COVID, socially, I don't like people. I used to love people and now I don't. Not like how I used to. It's just a trust thing. And I was just talking about this with somebody else. We don't take into consideration real shit. And I'm going to answer your question. The government and like everything going on around us, if I can't even trust like the things that I thought that I could trust when it comes to relationship now after COVID, that's why I said that, is if I can't even trust all of that shit, and there was a bunch of shit that I thought was true and it's not, I found out it's not true. Going into a relationship with somebody in 2023 is scary because it feels like that. It feels like somebody could be this way for like 2 fucking years straight. And all of a sudden, because it's happened to me, it's just like they turn on, become a different person. It's just hard to trust.
So what's been your longest relationship?
So online dating became a thing for me, which I never did before because I'm almost 40, because it felt like the only way that people talk is through technology. And I'm being for real, and like I fucking hate that. one thing, the reason guys won't stick around with me is because I tell them that I don't fucking like text messages. You want to get to know me? Pick up the fucking phone or video call me if we can't be together.
So
I don't want
how long's been your longest relationship?
12 years. I was married.
Okay. Wow.
I've been
Okay.
in 3
Well, salute to
relationships.
you.
Yes, thank you. And we still have a great relationship. That's my son's father, and like he's around, and we're good. We're great co-parenters. But that was 12 years. I got married when I was 21. Met him when I was 19, and after that, I had
Wow.
very toxic relationships, very bad relationships. I'll say that of recent. So yeah, dating for me is number one. I wanted to. So here's the other part that maybe we could talk about. So now in 2023 dating, it's a little bit different because, like I said, for a woman or even just a human being, let me be real, I've learned to be more self-aware, and I've learned to respect myself differently and love myself differently. I wasn't taught these things growing up in a Caribbean household. We were always taught different things, like to shut the fuck up and do what you say, and there's a certain way of living, right? Real shit. And when in living in today's society, it's different because we do so many things different for ourselves. Like, I never thought I would wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning and do gratitude and affirmations. I never thought that after a really abusive relationship that I would ever look at myself as sexy again. And that's some real shit because of how he made me feel and what he did to me. But I'm here, and that's only 4 years later. And I feel like the best version of me, like even just in this moment, like I can't even tell you how satisfied I am with myself and my life, my improvements, the everything, my healing process, all of it. But I couldn't feel like this if I didn't learn all of the shit that's like all of the information and podcasts and books and like this and that I was able to use to get to be this person. Twitch, even a big part of it was Twitch. But at the end of the day, I say that to say, the reason I use dating apps is because even though I'm old school where I'd like to just meet somebody in person and connect on that level, that opportunity is very scarce, and that's some real shit.
Yeah, and it's a big thanks to like, well, fear that's been going around. Of course, if you want to say the pandemic, then you got technology that's at your disposal and a hint of laziness as well too, though.
I'll
And
be
if
right
you
back.
combine all these things, it's like you wonder why like people are socially awkward. Everyone is used to like talking behind a computer screen. It's easy to be like, somewhat you're kind of like your relaxed self. But when you talk to somebody in person and you're not really used to that, you're not building that social communication, then it's like, okay, now you're lacking into that. And it sometimes it still baffles me to this day because I'm old school. Everything that I've been through, before like finding my wife and all that, I had to do everything like, like the hard way. I had to go out there and communicate. I had to learn certain things. Hell, I had to actually pick up a hard copy of a book. Nothing was digital in my time. So, I mean, and I never really did like, like dating apps or whatever, but you know what I mean? Like, I never like, been in a situation where um I'm like using online tools to really interact with someone. And to me, it's kind of weird. I prefer, hey, if you want my number, get my number, call me or whatever. I'll call you. Uh Text is like at a small little minimum if I'm like at work or something, but people are now these days like they don't even ask for your phone numbers. They ask like for your social media. Hey, can I get your Instagram? Woo 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 woo. And I get it. I mean, yeah, I mean you could kind of visually see the person or whatever, pictures or videos, but I still look at it like it's kind of weird. And I
I was thinking
understand with
it's straight
social
up
media
fake.
to call people,
It's
but
fake.
still,
It's like-
what?
yo,
I
when
don't think
people
so,
start
man.
hitting you up on Instagram and stuff, man, it's fake. Like people can like nowadays get on Canva, there's a whole heap of free tools that can Photoshop your face and do all types of stuff. Like it's not the real
Built with
anymore.
AI, yeah.
They could do all types of stuff. So I'm a very tangible person, man. I need to in one way, shape, or form. If someone's hitting me
Smell,
up,
hear, touch.
yeah, it has to be something. It has to be something.
What is dating?
I need to figure out like one way or another.
you're single, Simon, right? So what's dating like for you in 2023? You said
I
you
don't,
don't use apps and
I
stuff.
don't,
So.
I don't date. Period. I've never dated. If a woman's ever gonna come into my life, they come into my life for a network. Um, like it's got to be people I know, people I trust, because otherwise, I'm just walking into like a blind shadow boxing session. Like, you
Mm.
know, at the end of the day, what's gonna happen is, and this has happened with my ex as well. When she broke up with me, her first thought process was, "Yeah, I'm gonna go to dating apps," because her friends told her to, and a whole heap of trouble ensued after that. You know, um, you don't know these people on the dating app swiping left and swiping right,
Mm.
and anyone could do anything, like, and just proclaim anything. So think about what you're trying to do. You're trying to entrust somebody with your body. That's what you're doing. Like ultimately, if you're trying to get on an app,
Mm.
what are you actually doing? You're trying to entrust somebody with your body. Now I don't even let my family in my house, let alone strangers.
But I mean, isn't that kind of how you meet everybody though? Like legit, everybody's a stranger, whether you meet them online or
Nah. Funerals and birthplaces. Funerals and birthplaces.
I
Like,
get what he's saying. He's saying more of like it's a more of an intimate way when your first moment of meeting that person could be something as random. Like maybe you ran to her at the grocery store, you ran to her at the library, you ran to her at school, or maybe that's your work buddy or whatever the case is. Versus, oh yeah, I met her off of Tinder. I met her off a line and I got lucky and we wound up hanging out and meeting up and now we connected. Or for some people, they haven't met in probably years, but they kept a social connection through the phone or maybe through text or typing or whatever. And then when you finally meet that person, is either that person real as what he or she is or say she is, or you probably will get catfish. And a lot of people get catfish off of social media a lot of times because you're not really building an authentic connection.
okay, well, can we talk about where to meet people then? Actually, where am I supposed to date?
Hell, I mean, look, you can meet them at the park or something. I mean, look, as far as like the introduction of like meeting people, I mean, yeah, it is random. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't just come out like magically, like off the sky or whatever. But it's like it's those moments where it's like, okay, timing, patience, everything comes into a factor. And then when you know, like, hey, like that's the one, you know it's gonna connect because you're gonna look back and be like, man, I met you at the right place at the right time. You know what I mean? Or you have a small conversation, woo woo woo, this it builds up into that friendship because you don't know the person, but you met that person. That person maybe was boy enough just to say hi to you 6 bars, or probably say, hey, do you have the time? And that's probably what it all started. And one conversation led to another. And next thing you know, you're feeling that person, and that person's feeling you. But it all depends. It just depends on the guy. It depends on you and your mood. You know,
and
maybe the
that
right
that
time to know too.
I just think
that come that
I
comes
think a lot
to
of what we're talking about right.
sorry, bro.
I think a lot of what we're talking about right now is missing the evolution of communicating because
Mhm.
M3 and 6, y'all talking about y'all are old school. So for us, getting somebody's phone number, you actually had to have a pen and a piece of paper on you. You had to actually write it down. You had to actually go home and call that person in order to talk to them.
You know how
And
many
depending on
numbers I
how old you
lost in
were,
my pants in the washing machine? Those dudes were fine as fuck. I always wonder what happened to them. You're right.
you know what I'm saying? And,
Mhm.
and and in that time, and depending on how old you were, in that time, that you had to play those games of I have to make sure that I call between this time and that time because her dad's still at work, or her mom make her get off the phone at a certain time because she got school in the morning. Like that's what kicking game was back in the day. Even
Mhm.
prior to that, you had to get someone's address to send a letter. So now you got to wait 2 or 3 days just for them to get the letter, and then wait another 2 or 3 days to get a response back from the letter. Now we
Mm.
have cell phones. Now the way communication works, now you can talk to anybody. The other evolution of it is, in our time, you had to talk to whoever was in your vicinity, whoever was in your city, whoever was in your school, whoever went to your gym, or you had to talk to people who you were around. Now you can talk to anybody. I get to talk to Six. We live in two totally different countries, and I can still talk to Six whenever I feel like it. If I got free time, I can pick my phone up and I can video call Six, and we can talk. We can build that chemistry, all that getting to know each other, and her understanding my character and getting to learn my mindset, and me learning her mindset, all of that. We get to do that and not even be in the same country. So that way,
Right.
when the opportunity does come, when we do get to link up together, we've already learned so much about each other because we actually communicated with each other, even though it is over the internet. We still spend so much time communicating with each other that when we finally do meet, it's not good. It's not like meeting a stranger. It's not like even though we will be physically meeting for the first time, it's not like I don't know this person. Though there is still plenty for me to learn, it's not like this
Mm-hmm.
is a complete stranger. That's just the evolution of meeting people. That's just the evolution of how it goes. And when it
Right.
comes to how do you find people, you just find them wherever you can. If Instagram is the only place that you can find somebody right now, use that. Use those relationships. Figure out how you figure your shit out while you're talking to other people.
I'm
Right?
actually really
For
happy you
a
said
great
that.
example,
Say that was a really good point because a lot of
Mm-hmm.
people shame people for where they date. And that's a like even just as me saying that I had two dating apps, it was just automatically like I'm not saying anything against it, but he was just automatically like, why using apps? Because there's no other options. Or legit, honestly, that's when I have time to like sit down and actually talk to somebody is when I'm done doing the shoes at fucking 2 o'clock in the morning, when I'm not taking care of kittens, and when my son is not here from Friday to Sunday. Between Monday and Thursday at like whatever time I'm going to bed, I can log in on an app and like have like a little banter with some dude. If I like him, I'll give him my number and we might talk the next day. Who knows? But like
Yeah, well,
time
that's
Hey,
kind of interesting.
people
yeah.
now.
Hey, you know what? You know what's another form of communication, and we're actually doing this is even through StreamYard, through YouTube.
Hmm.
So when Wonder was like brought up, like as far as like video calling, I'm like he definitely hit the nail on the coffin on that part
Because
because
I could even say this for real. I
yeah,
feel like I know Watts so much better than 95% of these guys that I could meet in person tomorrow. Feel me?
Yeah, there's a
mm,
reason for that
There's
though.
a difference.
There's a reason. The reason is you know, you can choose to be invested or you can choose not to be invested. Like
yep,
if I like somebody, I like somebody. It don't mean like I there's look, people connect in many different ways. So, I have certain people come up on my platform and I'm just like, yo, I don't even know what your face look like, but you're just speaking a certain type of way and it's like I get you. Do you get what I mean? And then I'll further investigate that. Maybe we may have a connection. Maybe then we may have a video call or something, and then it may lead to something else. I don't know. But that's the way things have always been. What Watts was saying about like this day and age in terms of the communication methods is true, but it's totally relative to the same way people used to communicate in the past. We used to have pigeons, we used to have classified ads, we used to have radio, we used to have television. There's an evolution of communication that we all recognize or should recognize in some shape or form. So I think subconsciously we all acknowledge that in one way or another. Like, and if it's working for you and it's doing you good, then go for it. Just be cautious because all those methods of
I never said
communication.
it's doing me. It's not. I never said it's doing me any good. I'm just
no,
saying
he
it's
said if.
Yeah,
yeah,
so I'm just saying if
pretty shitty. Just to be
I don't know. Do you get what I mean? I'm just saying. I don't know
Sure, I
that.
get you.
But can I say something to your earlier statement? I do respect the fact that you were like blatantly like I'm not fucking dating right now because number one, I don't know if you said you're not ready, but like it's not the time for you.
No, I don't date. Period. I've never dated. I've never had to. because
Okay.
I've just always been like in
So when
businesses.
you meet somebody, like what happens? Like what if I was just to run into you and you were feeling my vibe?
You
What is
won't
that?
run into me. I don't run into people. I don't deal with any of that sort of stuff. This is
Okay,
the
so like
I
how
find it I
you tell
find it a bit
me about yourself then, because I don't get it.
right. So I'll try and make you understand to a certain extent, and it's unpopular. I'll tell you that right now. Okay. So the fact of the
I
matter
appreciate the
is
honesty.
I'm just telling you, I don't run into people because I see it in a certain type of way. Like if I bump into someone in a supermarket or a mall or something, I don't see that as the best way of trying to sort of define how the rest of my life is going to work out. Like I need to figure shit out beforehand. And that don't mean just bumping into somebody. And all dating says to me is you're bumping into somebody. Like if someone's going to go on a date, then what are you doing? You're setting up an interaction where you're going to have a conversation with a stranger ultimately. Like, and I don't want to be with a stranger. Like I'm so I will go through the process prior to actually even sitting down beside that person and being opposite them and even having the discussion. That's why most of these men out here ain't clear about their thought
So,
process in
but
terms
my
of
question
like,
is like, so how do you, Simon, get to know somebody? Like, so are you saying that you go after women who are already friends? Like you've
yes,
been around them for a
I
few
just yeah,
years?
I
Or
operate in networks. I don't operate solo dolo, which a lot, yo, a lot of people.
okay, networks meaning like your different areas of where you like chilling or whatever.
No, just globally, I've got a lot of networks that I'm in. So I will go into those networks, and people will be in those networks, family, friends, connections, advocates, affiliations, all types of different types of people.
I'm just asking you questions because nobody understands where you're coming from.
So
Yeah,
so
and
so
they
basically,
won't, and that's cool. I have no problem with that.
so basically, like, okay,
No, but we're
well,
trying to understand your dating style because you said you don't date. So, like, how is it that you
I
get
know. Wait,
into
wait,
a
wait, hold on.
relationship?
I got it. I got it. So Simon, right? You have like 3 kids, right?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. So in that time frame, right? How did it lead to having meeting a person, having a love interest, being married to that person, having a physical connection to having children? How did in that process, okay, in that meeting process, what does it take for a woman to pretty much get your attention to capture your heart into courtship, friendship, dating, whatever?
Most of the time, it was business. So it within the businesses that I built, I would employ people. I'd do programs. I'd work with the community. I'd know people. People would tell me about certain things, like mothers, people on the states. So there was a whole heap of shit that I would do, and then that led me to understand certain people that was out here that I could rock with. Um, Apart from that, I did have people coming at me like randomly. I'm just saying, but and on Facebook, on social media, and all the rest of it, on dating, you know, I didn't do dating apps in particular, but people were
I
trying to
guess so.
date me on the internet, but I was like, I don't know about that.
I guess so. Basically, your connection probably stemmed from a fixed location and gradually built over time through friendship.
Yeah, I mean, it's very important when you get into certain societies, um, certain places that people not don't necessarily rock with. Like I play golf, for example, so I'll go on the golf course, and I bump into a father, and they say you have a daughter, or it's a different type of thing. Like, so it's not just like just walking up to someone on the street and going, "Yo, you look hot." Your booty look big or some shit like that. It's not it's nothing like that. Do you get what I'm saying? It's like when you want to actually lean towards a long-term relationship, I'm just saying ultimately you're gonna have to have the gravitas of the father or the mother if the father ain't around. Like if it's a real thing, otherwise it's not gonna last. Like you could have a little trick around and like play with each other, and that's fine. But we're adults here, and that's all that is. You're just playing. You get what I'm saying? And I'm not saying don't play, but if you want something that actually means something, that lasts at least some a certain amount of years, you got to work a bit harder for that. And that means actually going through the whole family, because ultimately you're gonna have to anyway when Christmas comes around.
Okay.
I apologize. I
So,
apologize. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
no. You good, Lola? Ultimately,
I'm listening. The only thing I have to say is like, okay, I hear what he's saying, because as he was talking, I was really trying to pick
I'll be
out the
right back.
important parts of where he was like going with this. And if somebody else wants to speak on this, they can. But I heard basically what I said that I wanted. At this point, after all of the work that I've done and all the relationships that I've been through and all of the bullshit, at this point, I do want my next partner to be a friend first. I want it to be somebody that I've talked to, that I've explained, that I've already expressed that I've had an interest in them. I don't give a fuck how long it takes to get there, as long as they know that I'm interested in them whenever that time frame happens. Cool. And it's not like I'm fixed on like one person, I'm saying, right? I have a few people that I've told like I'm interested or whatever, and it's not the right time. But at the end of the day, there still needs for me this time around, there still has to be like some kind of friendship foundation before I'm just like, I want to date you. That's why you're right. Like the dating app shit doesn't work, because most of it is just a fuck. That's the first thing. And the second thing is nobody really on dating apps per se has really an interest in actually like having that stranger date that you were talking about, like two people just going out, having fun, seeing if they connect. If they do, continuing that and see where it goes. And if not, then they just let it go. But I met somebody on Twitch and quote unquote dated them. I just do quote unquote because I don't know
How'd
what the
that work out?
I'm not with him now.
Right. Okay. Really?
I'll say this too
That's not
about
fair
the
to say
internet
because
aspect.
you have 3 kids and you're single. so
No,
so what?
no.
I still got
I,
Wait,
I'll say
wait,
this. I
wait.
will say
we
this
still
about
got to
the.
experience a relationship. Like we still
Wait. I was in a 10-year marriage. Okay, I'm not totally single. My ex-wife, I had to divorce her for a reason. Like, and I know you don't know me, but I'll tell you this: my ex-wife abducted my daughter. Okay, so
I'm
that's
sorry
why
to
I'm
hear.
that's why
So
I'm single.
different.
I'm not single for no apparent reason, but I'm just saying, it makes me understand certain things about certain things, and I'm still around my ex-wife because I still love her. Do you get what I'm saying? And she's still with me. So it's not like
That
I'm
kind of
busting
goes
her down
against
or
what
anything,
you're saying
but
though.
I'm just not interested in that sort of way. So I can offer sort of like relationship understanding, but I'm just not really interested in that right now. Right now, maybe in a couple of years or whatever. But I do
No,
see how
I'm not saying,
people,
for you
what people are
dating.
going
I was
through.
just trying to grasp your dating concept, because what you're
That's
saying
why
now,
that's
you
what I tried to
just
put into context why I don't date, because I don't, and that's I was just
got
trying
you.
to explain that to you. But I
I
think
got
people
I
should
think
date if they want to. People should date if they want to. I'm not saying people shouldn't just
you.
because I don't date. Like that's just my perspective. That's what I'm saying.
I also think the part that gets missed on like internet dating and meeting people online and stuff like that is that it provides quite a few people the opportunity to practice, right?
Say that again.
Because it provides people the opportunity to practice,
Got you.
right? Because
Right.
I know that there are certain things I know that there are certain things that I can say to a woman and I can get away with. Like I have intentionally said some off the wall shit to a female just to see what
What
her
her
reaction would be. And sometimes I get the reaction that I'm not expecting. Like I'll say some off the wall shit and then get a okay in response. Like, wait, time out. I was expecting you to cuss me out. So it sometimes people need to know what you can and cannot get away with. You got to figure out what kind of verbiage are you allowed to use. Like some people don't know how to use a sexy voice. Some people do. Some people are allowed to get away. Like you know what I'm saying? Like you got to be able to go on. Sometimes you do need to go on Instagram and DM 10 different females to see what kind of response you get back. Sometimes you got to do that, especially because the original question was average men, the dating options of average men. And to those quote unquote average men, hey, Lo, like you got to figure out where you can make yourself exceptional. You have to figure out where you can do that. And the only way to do that is to go out, get to the plate, and swing that bat a couple of times. You're going to strike out, and sometimes you're going to hit a home run. Sometimes, you got to try it to see how it goes. And the internet sometimes is the best place to do that because, like Six was saying earlier, like since post the pandemic, people just be antisocial. Like people just antisocial.
That's why I brought that up because it is a big factor that we just overlook. Rude. Yeah.
Being stuck in a house for 6, 8, 12 months. Like once people got stuck in a house for 8 months by themselves, now their only thought process is me. Where is my happiness? This isn't going my way. How come the world isn't out to appease me? Because they've been so focused on them for the last 8 months, or during that 8 to 12 month period, that they're not even thinking about other people. So sometimes you got to shake that dust off. You got to get them cobwebs off. Send out 20 DMs. Find out who cuss you out, who don't. What verbiage can you use that's okay? Like, look, man, some people not cute enough to get away with bullshit. It's male and female alike. So you got to figure it out. See, you know how they say a hit dog, a holler girl. I wasn't even talking about you.
I just said I'm cute enough, don't you think? All you had to say was yes.
I do, Sid.
All right. Hi, Big Rig.
What up, Big Rig Slap?
What it do? What it do?
Nothing much, man. Good to see you, bro. What's your take on this, man?
I'm just listening to y'all, man. Y'all having a good conversation, you know. Nice little back and forth. Six trying to hold it down, you know what I'm saying? I'm just listening to y'all's perspectives. You know, whenever Simon come up, I like to hear what he gonna say, bro. I ain't gonna lie. Simon probably think I be on his helmet, but I ain't mad at Simon, man. He be making me laugh though. So I'm just watching right now. I'll give my input in a quick minute though. I just came up to fuck with y'all one time.
No, I really appreciate it, man. It's always good to you up there. Yeah. But my bad. I had to step out real quick. But sound like you guys was having a good conversation more like intriguing conversation. But what was like some of the parts that I missed so far? Because you guys were saying, because I know you were saying something right before I came back about damn, I forgot.
About using the internet to practice. You know what I'm saying? If you're a dude, what I was basically saying, if you're a dude that don't get a lot of female attention, I don't know, like if you don't know how to go to the gym and pick a girl up in the gym, or you don't know how to go to Whole Foods and pick a girl up in the grocery line,
right.
Go online and try some shit. Try it out. See how it works. And whatever works. Yeah. And if you go online and you DM some chicks and something actually works, take your ass to Whole Foods real quick, use that same line, see if it works, and now you got somebody in person.
Yeah, that's true, man. Ever since that online shit started happening, I think it built up a lot of people's confidence that wasn't really able to go out there and, you know what I'm saying, really have that gift to gab, because you can just go ahead and you can kind of just step out there. Somebody go ahead and answer your reply. You know what I mean? Hey, go ahead and shoot for the moon.
Can I ask you from a man's perspective? Big Rig, I think that we're getting a double feedback from you. Is it just me?
No, that's Rig.
I don't have nothing else on. I should be cool.
Marcus,
okay,
Marcus
is it
still a double?
Check that.
It's not good. Okay, I think it's coming from me this time. I don't know.
I think when you came back empty.
Okay, hold on. Y'all keep talking. I'm gonna exit and I'm gonna come back.
It's Rig.
It's me?
Yes, it's Rig.
Oh no, I got a strong Wi-Fi. You want me to turn my Wi-Fi off or something?
I don't know. I had to do the same thing to mine.
Oh, you turned your Wi-Fi off?
Yeah.
Okay, well, anyway, my question is simple. Just as from a man's point of view, do you guys think that having too many options, like in the online world or like social media world, is a problem and a factor of you guys as men dating? Or is it more personal?
You got to ask that again because when I turned the Wi-Fi off, I lost y'all for a quick minute.
Okay.
Yeah, and then that's when I heard the echo from the end.
Is it better now?
No.
No? God damn. Well, shit, let me.
Two tabs open?
No, I don't. What I'll do is I'll just exit and I'll come back.
Okay.
All right.
Hey, and you know, and just in case, like, keep talking, Six, but I'm gonna hop in. I'm gonna hop out. I'm gonna hop right back in. Okay.
Just in case. Okay, no problem. So my question, Simon and Watts, for now, I guess, is that do you think that having like so many well, I guess not for Simon really, but having so many options, Watts, online, like through Twitch or Instagram or wherever you're meeting girls, however, do you think that one of the problems for you, aside, I understand your situation personally, like why you kind of don't want to date right now and shit, but aside from that, like if you did have the time, would that be one of the factors? Because I feel like a lot of people just have so many different options that they don't know where to put their energy, and they're just like, let me try M3 and let me try Watts and let me try Simon and Riggs, and like I'm gonna keep all four of them. That way, you know, I can try all of them and see which one I like best. And like, what, I don't know, like, do people have too many fucking options? I'm asking because Watts brought up a good point about us back in the day. We dated within our community because that's what we were kind of limited to, which is true. So relationships were very, very, very different back then, because something as simple as making sure she got home before her dad got home was kind of the way of showing that he cared, or like he loved her, like was looking out for her and had her back. Whereas now it's totally different. So my question again is just,
is that your experience, or you think that's just a general thing?
Yeah, I was just saying in general.
Okay, so you're asking, like, do people of today, right, have too many options compared to how?
And that's why they can't like properly date, because I feel like if you just picked one my thinking is I feel like if you just picked one person and actually put the time and effort into getting to know them, that you could, or what? Like, I don't know, just asking.
Okay, I would say in comparison to how it was back then, I would say in some cases, yes. The reason why I would say yes is only because you have a lot of different tools to interact with people, as opposed to trying to call them up from the party line or try and go to a club to meet someone. If you notice, the club scene is kind of dwindling a little bit. You know what I mean? People are not even going out to clubs to meet people anymore, as opposed to being, you know, doing the social or virtual type of thing. It's more easier to find a mass amount of people through social media, as opposed to trying to go by chance to find that individual in person, if that makes sense. So the options is more broad out there as of today compared to where it was back then.
You know, women are smart, right? Women are very smart. I have 5 sisters, right? And I can see the look on this lady's face in terms of the reaction from the men on this panel, right? So there was a reason why she asked the last question she asked, and I don't think most of us got it. To be fair, I don't think most of us got it. I'm not gonna state what it is, but she knows what I'm talking about.
No, I don't. I want you to say it. I'm listening to you, so say it.
I ain't gonna do that. I ain't getting no argument with you. I'm just saying.
I'm just gonna argue with you. No, here. I asked if people have too many options.
If I didn't. Okay, yeah. Go. Please, no, go and do that.
Because personally, I would like to get to know one person at a time. I don't want.
That was it. I don't
want to talk to, because I'm the type of person that likes to put, like, if I'm putting energy into getting to know somebody, let's say somebody on Twitch. Let's say it's fucking Watts. I already know him, and I let him know I like him more than a friend, and I want to get to know him. Maybe he feels the same I don't want to talk to Tom, Dick, and Harry.
How you telling M3 not to be telling our business?
You said you think this is an example, boo.
Chill, let her talk,
We
man,
be
bro.
us, right? The thing is, women don't want us to tell about their business, but they want to do it involuntary for themselves. I get
Yo,
that, you know.
We're stubborn as fuck. We won't even have a phone call, text conversation. We only talk
Women-
over our panel. That's it.
Women are very one to one. They don't want to play in that sort of game, but they're playing the game because they have to. So they'll rock with their chicks until the point that they get to the point where they meet their man. When they meet their man, they ain't rock with their chick no more.
I think
I have a lot of ladies
think
in the
that-
chat. Ladies in the chat, in my chat. Do you guys want to answer that? Is that true?
I think that options only matter when it's compared to intention. Like that's the only thing I think. Like right now, the space that I'm in right now, I'm not looking to lock into anything serious. So I'm okay with having 20 options because I'm not taking nothing serious. But when the opportunity does come to where I am trying to be intentional and I'm trying to lock
But that's
in,
what I meant. Like,
that's-
not when you're just like, you know,
Yeah,
me, you, and
but
Simon
when I'm-
actually
yeah,
don't
no.
want a relationship right
Yeah,
now.
but
So
you can't do that. That's the thing. Like women don't rock like that. It's like
and
they
I'm not.
see men.
I don't. That's not my concern. What women rock with, that's not my concern. As long as they rock with me, that's the only thing I'm worried about. That's
Yeah.
it. I don't care about none of that shit. If I come up to a female and say, hey, you know what I'm saying? Like this is where I'm at. I'm not really trying to do all that. This is what's going on. I'm just trying to let you know. And Shorty's still down to rock with that. Now that's on her to maintain her emotional balance or whatever comes with that. Like that's
You can't
her
rely. You can't rely. You
I
can't
kept it
rely on
around.
that though. You can't rely on that.
That's
You
not
can't
my
rely.
responsibility. But that's not my.
Well, it is
That's
your
not my
responsibility because
responsibility.
that's the person that you're letting into your life, bro. So, like, if you're saying you're letting somebody into your life who's emotionally imbalanced based on the fact that you chose that path, then it is your responsibility, isn't it?
It's not my
Because
responsibility.
I don't
No,
need to
it's
choose
not.
to do
It's
that.
not.
No, wait, look, if
It's
I have a
not,
lady,
because I didn't choose her.
right? You just said that. You just said it's not your. All right, cool. I don't know.
What I'm saying to you is, right now in my current state, I'm not in a position where I'm looking for a relationship. That's where I'm at in my current state right now. That's where I'm at right now. I'm not looking for a relationship. But that doesn't mean I'm not trying to get some gut. That don't mean that I'm not trying to get some
No one's
female
saying that.
intimacy.
No,
That
no
doesn't.
one's saying.
I know
no
this
one's
is.
saying that.
Listen to me, and you'll understand the point that I'm making. If you listen to me, you hear me, then you'll hear what I'm saying.
I know you're real.
Right now,
bro.
the space that I'm in, huh?
I know you're real. I don't. I have no doubt in what you're saying. So
I know.
I'm listening.
All I'm saying is, right now, with the space that I'm in my life, I'm not looking for a girlfriend or to lock in or to anything like that. So when I meet a female, I am intentional in communicating with her. I'm not looking for you to be that, right? I am solely focused on building my mission. And every now and then, I like female energy around me. And if a female is willing to sit in front of me and say, okay, I'm cool with that. And if her feelings change, she has to communicate that to me. It's not my responsibility to continue asking her, hey, are you still cool with this? Are you still cool with this?
No,
Are
wait.
you still cool with this?
No, it is your responsibility. That's the problem that
No,
men
it's
have.
not. No,
Yeah,
it's
it
not.
is. Totally.
If I told her that, how is that? I don't
No.
understand how this works.
Simon, I think you might misunderstand. So my question was directed to the men for a reason, because I'm the type, you're right, I'm the type of girl that regardless of how I'm dating, even if I'm like single, I would still only like to fuck with one man. Let me say it like that. I'm not even going to use the dating part, right? If I'm fucking with somebody and I'm taking somebody's dick, I'm probably only taking that dick, even if
All
we're
right,
not.
there's no need to tell me about people's pieces. I don't need to hear that. But go on.
If I'm fucking with one person, I'm fucking with one person, but that doesn't necessarily mean I'm in a relationship, because we said to each other, We don't want to be tied to each other right now. We enjoy each other's company and we like the sexual pleasure between each other. That's about it. That's what he's saying. So if he's in that position, he wants to have 20 girls like that and they all understand the same thing, it's fine. But what he did say is that when he is ready to settle down and he knows that he has space for a relationship,
okay.
girl comes along, he will give all of that attention to that girl and make it
So are you telling me, right?
when he's only going to talk to her.
Are you telling me for real? You're gonna be busting down like 20 dudes and trying to get into a relationship with somebody? Are you saying that?
No, I'm not saying that that's me. I'm saying that my question was directed to the men, and I was just reiterating what Watts was talking about, not me.
You're assuming.
Hold on, let me ask
you're
this
assuming
question
by
real
what
quick.
I said that I'm trying to smash all of them. You're assuming by what I said that I'm trying to smash all of the females that I'm talking to. Sometimes I just want a female energy around me. Hey, shorty,
Like,
meet me at Fire
The
Cave. We're gonna play some
companionship, right?
arcade games.
because a lot of guys will talk to me, especially off of the fucking apps. And here, I'm going to stand up for Watts 100%. They literally want somebody that they can be vulnerable with, that is a stranger that's not going to judge them. And to be honest, I'm very magnetic. I'm very fucking understanding. And a lot of dudes will open up to me about personal shit on the fly. I'm not even, it's just something about me, real shit. But at the end of the day, he's right. He could have 20 girls that he's leaning on emotionally, or just for going out for dinner for company because he doesn't like eating by himself, or
And you're
whatever.
gonna accept that.
Oh, okay.
No,
So
not
you're
one of these 20 girls is his girl yet. That's what he's saying. When he is in the space,
I'm just asking you a question.
to date, he will let that go. Okay, here's the thing. Let's say I'm going to use us again. Let's say Watts and I want to fucking date. Okay. I told Watts not right now. He told me not right now. I said to Watts, look, I'm in a position where I'm fucking building my businesses and I can't handle that shit right now. If you want to come over and give me a fuck once in a while, I'm down with that. If you want to have a conversation here and there, I'm down with that. But that's the reality of dating in 2022.
You're making Simon uncomfortable with that adult conversation. He can't handle that adult conversation, though.
I don't get it.
You got to be a little. You got to be a little bit more elementary with him, because every time you kind of get into that sexual healing, Simon, he shrug up a little bit. So you got to read the room. You know, he said he ain't dating and shit. So maybe that, it may be a little subject. I don't know.
Hotel, motel, that shit. Nah. I ain't exchanging bodily fluids with people that I have no lifelong particular. Do you understand me? That's just my perspective.
You know what?
I'm not saying
everybody has their own sexual preferences.
Exactly. So people could do what they want.
Shit.
People could do what they want.
Okay. So I got a question asked, right? Because I hear this a lot where men, they kind of like, flinch up. You know what I mean? Whenever, and I know like this is totally something different, but whenever I hear like a woman, right? And I'm not saying this comes from you, Six Boss or whatever, but in general, a woman who probably is in multiple type of relationships, that doesn't mean that you're actually fucking them, all at once or at the same time, but they may want that companion buddy. They may want that foodie buddy. And here's the thing. If the guy's okay with it, of being the food guy and going on food dates, that's absolutely fine. That's the same thing. It's like, okay, the companion, the maybe the hiking buddy, whatever the case is. But you may have, again, this going back to the friends with benefits. If we kind of kept it in that type of level, it wouldn't really be that weird. But let's say a woman have like
that's what
friends.
Dave Rig was just saying, is if you're adult enough and mature enough to have that conversation, if Watts wants to have a conversation with each one of those gal them and they all say, yo, I'm good with it. I know that you're dating 19 or seeing 19 other girls for whatever reason.
But why does it always have to be a problem whenever a woman's being vocal about 20 dudes or even with 5 dudes? It's like it's always frowned upon on in this type of space. I'm just saying, it's not like you're being a hoe or anything.
Well, the thing is you got to look at it this way, bro. Is when Fresh and Fit came out, they always started talking about, how many bodies you got. In the real world, don't nobody be asking no questions like that, bro. I've never been with somebody and they had a question like that pop up. You know what I'm saying? And I think the disconnect to where Simon's getting on what Six is saying with the dating 20 or whatever and being able to settle down with one. I think he's looking at it more as well. You would give that person a chance that's fucking like 20 chicks. Well, for one, what he was saying was it's not like I'm over here screwing 20 chicks. I just like female energy. You know what I'm saying? I may go out and do some miniature golf. I may go out to a movie. That don't mean I'm finna screw or nothing, but I just like, female company. I like the way they smell. I like the kind of conversation we be having, like all those type of things. I'd rather be around a female than a dude. Like, and that's another thing. Like, they got more of, kicking it with the boys, and ain't nothing wrong with that, man. I love kicking it with my partners, but I would definitely shrug my partners and rather be around a woman, man, than to just be around my partners.
Facts.
And then when you get those things, how you got people say, oh man, why are you spending money on that chick or whatnot? Motherfuckers spend money on their partners, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of us don't got partners that got all that type of cheddar, man. So if we go out to eat, we gonna fit the bill or whatever. So like that type of shit be kind of nonsense. We're a little bit more adult than that, and I just think it's more the people like Fresh and Fit that put those narratives out there, man, and got people thinking, just really fucked up, bro. Because honestly, I've never encountered anything like that. And looking at the way 100 Watts was making expressions, I don't think he has either. You know what I'm saying? Like, that shit just don't come about like that. That's all.
Because and Riggs, I'm glad that you even spoke that up, because honestly, bro, realistically, in the real world, if I'm out there like with my female partners or whatever, wife, female partners, whoever the case is, right? A lot of times people, they give, and I tend to give back. So, or if you're hungry and you're with me, or I invite you to walk with me somewhere, I don't mind like treating you out. That doesn't make me any less of a man of what I'm doing. And that goes for the same for like, my guy homies as well too. I'm just showing love all around.
That's a really good point, man. That's a really good point.
Don't be mad at me because I got a heart. You know what I'm saying? And you try to be out here cold as ice.
Man. But here's the other funny part too, right? That also trips me out, especially whenever I come into space and then I hear everybody complain about like, black women this, black women that, like, oh, they're notorious for being angry. But dude, like the most people the most women who always respected me were my own people, were my black women. You know what I mean? And I ain't trying to put on the super cape or whatever for y'all, but I'm just being honest though. Like, I never really had any harsh like issues towards anybody that I really interact with. I just feel like if I'm a cool person to you, then hopefully you'll be a cool person to me. And if you're not cool, I don't have to hang around with you. I don't have to put up no BS. I'll just move on and find somebody that actually genuinely
exit stage left.
Exactly.
Well, see, like that's kind of a garbage argument when people say that. My bad, bro. When people say that, black women, and I ain't gonna lie, you know what I'm saying? I'm a black man, and I know that, our women sometimes do we have an attitude, but what I have realized is all these women got attitude, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Why is it always black women though?
What happened?
Why is it always?
Well, that's the thing. It's almost like a talking point, bro. Like, if you deal with women, you'll know that all these women got fucking attitudes, man. Like, I'm just keeping it 100.
So do we love the attitude?
Nobody likes attitude, man. Shit. That's why a lot of people be bitching. But the thing is you got to try to move past it, man, and learn to deal with certain things, like the give and take, man.
I think black men feel like it's kind of sexy.
So what?
Oh, that fuckery and shit? That's a fact. But that goes with all kind of people though, bro. So like when you say black people, man, I know Mexican cats that like fuckery too, though. You know what I'm saying? So like that goes with kind of everybody, bro. Like I don't really like to put something just in a box anymore because it really ain't like that, bro. That's kind of garbage to say, bro. Especially like, okay, so six ain't black, but I guarantee you she got a motherfucking attitude if shit start going sour. You know what I'm saying?
She got a period, so yeah.
Like you ain't gonna want to be trusting her, making your food and shit, like any type of whatever you would have with some other woman. You gonna have that with her too. I mean that we're human beings, bro.
And you're right though. A lot. Every single man, I can't even tell you most. Every fucking single in me has always told me my attitude is cute as fuck. You don't think I'm gonna keep it? Of course I am.
So why aren't you with them anymore?
Why what? Why what?
Why ain't you with these single guys that got with you?
Because we're not dating. This goes back to what Watson's saying. If I'm single and I want to fuck around with
he wants to know what failed, Six. Why did it fail? If you're saying all this, why did it fail?
Didn't fail. Nothing failed because there was no intention of getting into a relationship in the first place.
Talk your shit.
There was nothing to fail at. Had, let's say, Watts and I had a conversation and we were like, we want to take this further. We're interested in end game being a partnership. And then something fucking happened between the two of us. Then I would call that a lesson, I guess. But at the end of the day, I can't expect that just the next fucking person that I pick is going to be winner, chicken dinner. That's not how dating shit works. Like,
right.
Take what Watts was saying. You need to practice. Right. So like if I go out and I date Watts right now and I fuck with him for a couple months with the intention of dating, never mind. Let's make this real. Let's say I wanted a partnership with him. We're trying to communicate.
That's really interesting. That's really interesting.
We want to fuck with each other and we find out that we don't through conversation and spending time. That relationship is going to end there.
So if you had a relationship with Watts, that would be a practice. Is that what you're saying?
Who knows? I don't know if he's the one or not without spending time with him and having conversation. Hello, I don't know who you are or where you're from.
Yeah, there's no set design. It's like what he's looking for is a set design to where like it's fail proof. It don't work like that.
Right now. Your ideas of like finding a partner is unrealistic, but like I said, I respect it because it's you. You're not hearing what we're saying though. What we're saying is that when there is no intention,
listen to the words coming out of your mouth.
You could do whatever the fuck you want, and that's how shit is.
Chill. Look, I ain't got nothing against you. Why are you doing that?
Because you came at me and you said
all I said.
The single people. There was no intention of having a relationship. That is
right. I said, would it be a practice?
Hey, Six, you know that Simon got his own channel, man. I think that'd be dope if he interviewed you. Y'all would probably have a hell of a stream.
I'll be on your. Send me the details.
Are you ready for that? Jesus.
Yeah.
Ready.
You ain't right.
I just plugged you in, Simon.
I haven't logged out yet, have I?
Yo, don't take no man for a practice. Don't do that. I'm just saying, men. I'm just saying. Look, listen to me for a second. When men have an interest in you, when a man, listen to me for a second. When a man has an interest in you, take them deadly seriously.
You can't. So, what? Do you have an interest in me, sexually and mentally? That doesn't mean that he wants to fucking be my partner for life.
She been putting Watts on the hot seat. I'm gonna just keep it 100. This stream been pretty informational. You know what I'm saying? She been putting Watts on the hot seat like a motherfucker. Hey, M3, I'm just keeping it 100, man. I ain't trying to start no shit, but this.
I think
that's my cupcake.
Yeah, for sure. I see it, man. Put the frosting on it. God damn it. That shit wild.
Like, just because he sees qualities in me or just because we might share a certain energetic level between each other and we have a certain connection, just because we can have a great conversation or whatever, does not mean that I want to date him or that we are talking about having a partnership. We were Simon, were just talking about
what? Take this lady
for a while.
Take this lady. Take this lady. She's cute. She's cute. Take her.
I'm real fucking cute.
She's cute. Take her, man. Jesus. You know,
Oh,
the
you're
thing
doing
about it is like we need to acknowledge when certain people come into our lives.
Brother, just put you up for the auction, man. That shit crazy. This
Oh,
stream done got
We
crazy
need
and
to
crazy.
appreciate
God
that.
damn.
We need to
this is
appreciate.
exactly answering your question. To answer your question is because I don't want a relationship right now. I'm not there. I'm just beginning to like really enjoy learning what it truly feels like to love myself for the first time. If Watts comes into my life right now, he's gonna fuck that all up. I want to be strong in myself so I don't bring a lot of shit or a lot of the shit that I had trained myself.
How can you say that from the outset when you don't know
I
what
hear
he
a
can
lot of
bring?
women say they got love
How
themselves.
can you
or
bring
they
that
not
from
love
the
themselves
outset,
enough.
man? You ain't even giving it a chance.
I didn't give Watts a chance.
Well, you just said from the outset. You said, "Oh, this is what it's
Watts,
gonna
blink
become."
twice if you okay, bro. Blink twice if you okay, man.
Off camera conversation, cupcake. No, but
God damn.
if we're not looking, we're not looking. That's when I can keep in touch with each other for a full fucking year and get to know each other until we're both ready. So to answer Simon's question, just because we have energy between us, we like each other, doesn't mean that we necessarily want to date each other. Or that I think he's a potential partner. It just means that we have certain things or qualities that we share with each other. And there's a lot of people like that in the dating world. You know what I mean?
All right, well, work it out, innit? I mean, there's something there.
Oh,
Obviously.
you trying to hook up me and Watts? That's not going to happen.
Yeah, something there. So, you know, potential's good, and work from that, and just go from there. That's all you can do.
In the back of our mind.
I don't know, man. It kind of sound like Simon fishing a little bit. He might want to be Watt's position. I don't know. I don't know, bro. He said you was cute. You started smiling and shit. I don't know.
I ain't dating, man.
I can only go by what I see.
I'm not his type. I'm too spicy.
Oh wow! You see how women switch like that? Oh,
Look at her smiling, Simon. You better capitalize.
Yeah.
Look at her. She's still smiling.
I'm dying of laughter.
I got my own shit going on, man. I ain't
You just says you don't be dating, bro. I'm just, hey.
When Watts is ready to date, maybe
It's a wrap for everybody. Yeah, it's a wrap for everybody.
Make it serious, man. Propose to him.
This nigga over here rolling blunts and shit. I ain't never seen this nigga roll a blunt in my life. This nigga feeling cool as fuck. He cool like a cool fucking cigarette commercial, boy. I tell you. He cool like a Colt 45 motherfucking Billy D. Williams motherfucking commercial. You understand me? That's how cool this brother is right now. God, dude, that's what I do it. There you go.
Married.
And 6 capitalize. You know how to capitalize? You know what I'm saying? I'm just like, damn.
Listen,
He knows
what's up. But if the time is ever right between the two of us, then we'll know. Not right now. We're cool.
Yeah, y'all cool as a fan blowing in Japan, man. I ain't mad.
Make some kids. Get married.
Watts, have you ever been out to Kenya before?
Not yet, but I do plan on it.
You know you want to.
Okay, that's what's up.
Shout out
Bro,
to
ain't
him,
no shame in mine. Ain't no shame in mine.
Yeah, there ain't nothing to be ashamed about, you know.
Yeah, no, the one that knows, the one that knows.
It would be a beautiful
She's
thing.
blushing like,
Can we be real? I'm gonna say something real. I know his position, and at the end of the day, here's the thing: you talk about dating in 2023 and females and males and how they think. I understand what he's trying to do with his life right now because I had a conversation with him months ago about how I feel about him. And with the position that I'm in my life right now and the position he's in, we're not ready to do this at all, like not even a little bit. Feel me? Until we're both strong in the individuals that we are, we're not going to come together because we understand each other's messes. I'm not going to do that to him.
No, that's real. And that's where I feel like this is where I commend you guys, right? Not condemn, commend, right? You guys are pretty much taking it back to like how things should be. Okay, you're going through the friendship to courtship stages. You know what I mean? Right, build that friendship up first, and then one day when you guys do get together, you feel me, and do the tings, or however you pronounce it, right?
Ting, all of the things. Don't worry, it's
right. It's gonna be beautiful things.
Will be definitely.
Hey, chill out, M3. He lightweight blushing a little bit, man. I don't want to see bro blushing and shit, bro. I want him to keep that strong, that good, cool cigarette energy. You know what I'm saying?
A Newport energy.
Marry him, man.
Can I say one thing to that? I would love to get all of the man's opinion on this. I was real with you just now about how I feel about him because number one, it's not really a secret. And number two, here's what I told him and I understood. We talk a lot about, and this is like for real, Black men's mental health specifically on my channel. And I understand more than you know, that when a man's money isn't right, and I'm not saying that his money is not right, but you heard him explain something.
You don't want to do that.
No, listen, here's my point. He has a goal that he's trying to hit right now. I'm not trying to give me a minute, Simon. I'm not trying to interrupt what he's trying to do for himself right now because he's on a fucking roll. And at the end of the day, I'm doing the same thing for myself. Do I 100% believe that there's going to be a time in the future where the two of us are going to be able to come together and we're going to be all right to have that conversation again? 100%. But it's just not right now. And we already had that conversation to figure out that we need this time to do whatever the fuck we want to do. He's not ready. I'm not ready. End of story. He wants to fuck around. I want to fuck around. We're not even in the same fucking country. Do I want to come here and handle my fucking business? Of course. And he's
overthinking.
But here's the thing. I respect him as a man enough to, and I think not enough women do this. This is my point, is that he does need to focus on his money because when a man's money is not right, he can't focus on anything else. And I've already been in relationships, my longest one, 12 years being married, where I understood what that meant at that time. And how did I understand that a little bit differently?
Yeah, your past. Yo, most women do this sort of stuff. They try to relate their past relationships to their present or their future.
That has nothing to do with my past or present. That's just a fact within men. And I'm saying I've experienced.
Yeah, but that's exactly what you're saying. What you're saying is you've had past experiences, which is making you think a certain type of way.
No, it's not making. No, let me correct you. It's not making me think because I already had I didn't assume anything. Watson and I had a conversation, and this was our agreement. End of story. So I'm saying I understand that he's trying to do something for himself financially.
M3, you a cold dude, bro. You a content creator, M3.
No, this is for real. Like, no, this is for real. Because I see this going on every day. Like, the fact is if you're gonna get into
salute to 100 watts too, man. Look at his gesture right now. Salute to that brother, man.
If you're gonna get into a new relationship, wipe the slate clean and just get into it and go from there.
It's okay for people to take time for themselves before they decide to
merge
lives with somebody
else. It's not gonna make any difference.
Who says you can't? How does it not make a difference?
Because your past does not relate to your future.
100% it does.
Get with the
chat going crazy.
Yo, go and do what you need to do. Go and do what you need to do.
Self-improvement so I can
hit the like button, y'all.
Yo, the only person that's going to be self-improving in your life is a dude that's trying to pour into you.
No, let me turn this talk on you. You're the one who won't even fucking take a girl out for dinner. Why the fuck not?
I don't need to.
Hey, the beast is coming out of 6. The beast is coming. The beast is coming, boy.
No, because when somebody contradicts themselves, I don't fucking.
How much? Well, okay, so you're telling me I'm contradicting myself? Is that what you're saying to me?
What?
I don't need to do that. I'm just saying your situation is completely different to me.
You're telling me why don't I just jump into a relationship with him and not work on myself? Are you
because he's the dude. He's the dude. He's verified. He's been on platforms. We've spoken to him. We've
Oh,
gone
you
back and
verified.
forth.
Well,
You
okay.
know,
He's not
no.
verified for me. He's not verified for my
Okay,
16.
so what's gonna make him
No.
verified for you?
Your point just now was he's verified, right? I understand what all of that means. I haven't vetted him for my fucking life. I haven't vetted him for coming into my house and meeting my family and my kid. Are you fucking crazy? We haven't even had that. We haven't even looked each other in the fucking eyes face to face. And you think that I just want to jump into something?
Okay, so why don't you just do that?
Are
Why
you
don't you don't?
dumb?
Why can't you do
Like,
that?
where is this coming from? Because it doesn't make any sense. Real
Get
shit.
on a plane and meet the dude.
No.
And, oh, okay.
She's trying to.
What,
Well,
what
wait.
you're saying-
Go ahead, Queen. Go ahead, Queen.
Well, I mean, I was here, but I wasn't here. I don't know where this conversation went, but I mean, I don't know.
If you're serious, just deal with it.
Crazy.
It's not a problem.
What's up, Big Rigs? Yo, this is crazy.
Queen woke up
Anyway,
from.
My mind is boggled. I don't even know what he's saying. He's not even
your mind's not
English
boggled.
right
You know what
Yo,
what it is.
Queen got them legs.
You just
Queen
gotta
got them
mute.
legs.
You gotta mute people, even when they talking. You just gotta mute them in your head. That's all. Some people just need to be on constant mute.
Damn.
Even though they
for real, like if
if
you're dealing with a real relationship, like you gotta just be real. Like, you know, are you really trying to get with this dude? Is he trying to get with you? I mean, you know, it shouldn't be problematic.
So Simon, you have made it clear that you're not in a space where you're dating because of what you're working on. Is that correct, or did I misinterpret that?
I don't want to date.
Okay,
I don't need to date.
So,
That brother want to
because
date,
you don't
man. I
wanna
ain't trying to hear that shit. That brother want to date, man. Come
because
on.
he gonna get you out of jail because he's a lawyer.
Why do you think I need to date?
Oh, Queen, don't do it, Queen. I've been good. Don't do it,
I
Queen.
like Queen. I might check Queen like in a couple of years, but yeah, not right now.
Queen will jump up here and tell you don't play yourself.
I like older women. I like
Shut
them.
up. How you know how old I am? You know nothing about me, you clown. Go on mute. Mute yourself.
Yeah, okay.
Stay on mute and stay single. Please.
And the cold thing is she ain't playing though. She ain't playing though.
I rock it well, girl.
Coming from the man who
don't
said that he won't date because his wife abducted his child, he clearly has trust issues with women and relationships. That's a fact. And for him to tell me to just get on a fucking plane and go meet some man,
you learn this from university or some shit? I mean, where did you learn this from?
You
where did you learn this from?
Salute 84.
Where did you learn
I'm
it
gonna
from?
play it up real quick. Hold on for a second, cause damn, where is it? I haven't played this in a long time, so I'm gonna just play this now though.
Let's get back to it.
You already know.
Hold up, then it's stuck, man.
You know, but it does make sense, right? Hold on, everybody. Chill real quick. But it does make sense. Like, what is the big rush for a six boss to like just fly on a plane, meet Watts right away, when all they really want to do is take the time to develop? Because we talked about this. Well, you wasn't here earlier, right? But we talked about this. In order for relationships to be stronger, right? You gotta have a stronger bond. Yeah, you could be friends with benefits or whatever, but if you want something that's more meaningful, sometimes the patience is required. This is the problem with a lot of these people, right? You know, a lot of these niggas, right? They keep jumping from one relationship to the next. It's the hookup culture. That is what's tearing up society right now.
Talk your shit in
Digital apps.
It's not even just with digital apps. It's the mindset. Everybody just got
It's a hookup culture, man, for sure.
You know, not being too hasty.
Because with him, I won't fuck that, and I'm being 100%. It could be any guy that I feel the way that I do about him, but him specifically, I won't fuck him. I won't let him come here and have the intention of fucking me. until we have a conversation about where we would like to go with each other. And that conversation hasn't even
You got
closely
about
happened.
10. You got about 10 to 15 guys in your damn Instagram right now.
There are no DMs in my Instagram other than shoe orders.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
She's lying,
Okay,
Simon. She's lying.
go
I'm
ahead,
just
Rick.
kidding. I'm just kidding.
Instagram account business.
Can you hear me?
There's no guys hitting me up right now, and that's 100%. Not even fucking Watts is hitting me up. Fuck.
Wait. Hey, guys, hold on for a second. Mr. Best about to say something. What up, Best?
What's going on, family? The
84.
hookup culture is not really a problem. Somebody mute themselves. The hookup culture is not really the issue. The issue is that, you know what I mean? Because even back in the days, people would hook up. You know what I mean? They would go to the clubs or they would go out, they would hook up. They would do different things with each other, whatever. But I think the difference now, the big difference now is the simple fact that people don't have a standard of just, knowing how to interact with people. You know what I'm saying? So back in the day, you had maybe somebody that if you went out and you had fun, you went to a party, whatever, you know what I'm saying? You may hook up with somebody you knew off top, okay, this is only for this night. I'm not really looking for nothing, important, you know what I mean, from this person. I'm just trying to, get with them and just keep it pushing. You know what I mean? But nowadays we don't have that. We don't have a balance, when it comes to just understanding or even getting to know each other. So it's either one extreme or the next. It's either people are trying to rush into something serious, or people are just trying to rush into the bed too quickly, and they're not mindful of what they're doing. Nor a lot of times do people understand how to protect themselves or how to protect the other person when it comes to intimacy. You know what I'm saying? So let alone having a real adult conversation. So these are the things that's the problem. So that's why you have the STD rates, especially in the urban community, that's really, really high because nobody's really protecting themselves. You know what I mean? They're not using protection. They don't understand where to find protection, and they're not going after protection. Nor a lot of times are they taught where protection is at. You know what I mean? And that's the problem. Then also, what happens too is that they start bringing kids into this world that they're not ready for. You know what I'm saying? So now you have children being born into this world. These people are not financially ready for. They're not ready for in any aspect. You know what I mean? But this is what's going on. So you know what I mean? What happens is that everybody puts everybody on the same level, and then once they start maybe feeling away or they start getting feelings, now they want to talk about, oh, okay, well, let's see where this goes. But nah, you should have. If you met them in a certain area, a certain atmosphere, you should already kind of know what it is. If you meet somebody in a club or you meet somebody in an atmosphere where people ain't really, that their moral standards and kind of their perception of relationships is kind of on a bottom tier level, then you can't really expect them to really just want to be with you on a wife or a husband type of tip. They're not there for that. They're just there to have a good time. You know what I'm saying? That's just really what it is. So at the end of the day, that's what you kind of need to be expecting. But a lot of time people go to the clubs or they go to different areas and you're looking for a husband and wife, and it's like, nah, that's not where you look for that at. You know what I mean? You should be looking, and probably an establishment that's a little bit more respectable to find a mate that's actually suitable for those type of things. You know what I mean? If you met somebody at a strip club, then you can't really expect them to really be somebody of a high moral standard or somebody who really wants to really rock with you on a real relationship standard. And then you can't get frustrated when they don't. You know what I mean? But I'm not saying if you meet somebody at a church or somewhere else, it's probably you probably are gonna have more success, right? I'm not saying that they're gonna have all their stuff together as far as their morals or their standards or just how they view dating. But your success rate will probably be a lot higher because they're actually coming from a background that's respectable. You know what I'm saying? So, and that's just what it is. People are not dating with intentions, and they're not dating in arenas where they can actually find real people. They just see somebody that they like, or they see somebody in a certain place, and they think off top, oh, okay, cool, I'm gonna see where this goes, and then they don't have a plan. They don't have any type of decorum or just set standard that they're gonna date with. They're not dating with intentions. They're not meeting people with intentions. You know what I mean? So of course it's just a whole bunch of bullshit that's going on. So that's really the issue.
Yo, this nigga's a
But
god.
see, but I didn't hear that
Oh,
part.
most definitely I am. Thank you.
What?
Sorry, I had to do that.
But see the way how you explain it, that's how I view it as hookup culture though, because I feel like you're not really dating with a purpose. You don't have the intention to really build. It's more like kind of like like a smash and dash type of thing, and maybe a pass too, though, depending. But definitely, I do agree as far as like the respect factor. There's not like a lot of respect when it comes to the person's needs into it. It's always about pretty much to sum it up. It's about me, myself, and I. But there's no room for the person that you're entwining with. You know.
Yeah, three. But see that culture that you're talking about, people hooking up, that's always existed. Even when it came to our parents or grandparents, they always had an element of that. The difference is that, what I mean, they also had a sense of moral standards, and also they had a set of guidelines and rules. They knew that, okay, if I meet up with a woman and I get her pregnant, I'm not just gonna leave her and make her a baby mama. Like, I'm probably gonna wife this chick. You know what I'm saying? Or I'm probably gonna make sure that I'm taking care of this kid or whatever. Now, you had instances where you did have a deadbeat dad or a deadbeat mom or whatever, but that was few and far in between because the community would shame you. You know what I mean? The community would shame you. Her family would look for you. You know what I mean? You had to worry about her brothers or her uncles or her dad pulling up, trying to get at you. So it was a different time, or her cousins or whatever. They would be looking for your ass if you're trying to leave their sister or their cousin or their daughter with this child, and you ain't trying to take care of them. They wasn't having that shit back in the day. They just wasn't. But nowadays you could do that shit, and there's no consequences to it. You know what I mean? So that's the thing. The consequences now are few and far in between, and that's why people do the shit that they do because there is no consequences. You know what I mean? Or they're not fearful of the consequences because we don't basically enact them, or we don't make them reality for people. You know what I mean? Until it gets to the most dire thing, until somebody smacks up your daughter or some shit. Now you want to jump out the window, but this nigga been foul from the beginning.
Right, 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 right,
Got a point
right.
on that one.
No, I got a little pushback with that. I got pushback with that because it seems like you got more of an issue with the word hookup culture because which your examples that you given is fucking hookup culture, bro. And if you want to talk about the past to the present, back in the days, man, motherfuckers had whole other families, bro.
Wait,
Whole
wait,
other
wait.
families.
Mhm. Wait, who's the
So
question for me or for Best?
for best, they had
Mhm.
whole other families. You know what I'm saying? So we know that hookup culture was going on back in the days and now, but the reason why we just say it's so fucking serious now is like that's like the goal. If you listen to shit, you watch shit, the goal is hooking up. That's the goal, bro. Like back in the days, like you said, people want to wife up the woman or something, had a little bit more moral. You feel me? But that's why when he say that, we are in a hookup culture, bro. I'm not trying to change a perspective or nothing like that, but that's just my only pushback because from what the examples that you gave, it's still showing major hookup culture. And that's, I don't know if you got maybe more of an issue with the word hookup culture, but even in the examples you gave, bro, it's hookup culture.
Yo, the
Hold
thing
on, hold
is,
on, hold on, Simon. I got it. I got this. I got this. I got this.
right.
It's not that I have a problem with the term at all. You got to mute. Somebody got to mute. I ain't got a problem with the term at all. Somebody got to mute again. My thing is this. At the end of the day, I'm just giving examples of how people view things in society today, as opposed to what they viewed back in the day. Of course, they had whole families. I have family members who had whole families and made other families as well. You know what I'm saying? So that's not even the main thing that I'm saying. The main thing I'm saying is that it's always existed. You know what I'm saying? It's just that now it's just a different mindset when it comes to it. It's a different approach when it comes to it. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of that is because a lack of parenting. And a lot of times too, if you got somebody who is a parent, they're so busy working, you know what I mean? They have to have one, two, three different jobs just to provide. So now you don't really have like a parent in the home no more. You know what I mean? Like I grew up and it was actually like a parent in the home. Ain't no
That's
parents
fact.
in the home right now because they can't afford it. You know what I mean? Like everybody got to work. You know what I mean? Especially if you live in a certain location, everybody has to work. You know what I mean? So a lot of time these kids, like, you try to give them structure, whatever, but a lot of times these kids are raising themselves because the parents just ain't got the time.
Mm.
They don't have the time. You know what I mean? Nor do they have the money to keep up with everything that's going on. You know what I mean?
Right.
So, and we know that everything is going up higher and higher. Gas is going up higher. Bills is going up higher. Shit, my rent goes up higher. I feel like fucking every month, but it's really every year. Like
Ah,
everything goes up higher. You feel me? So they just don't have the time. So a lot of time we just not being the kids now are not being raised a certain way. So because they're not being raised a certain way, of course they're gonna have hookup culture. That's just an impact of them not having the correct parenting. And people there are some great parents out there who try to be there, but shit, you know what I mean? It's hard to do that because you have so many things influencing the youth. You know what I mean? You may teach your kids a whole bunch of shit and they may be correct, but now they go around their family. I mean, they go around their friends or their homies or they watching some clown on TV who's supposed to be a rapper or whatever else, and that's influencing the whole shit about how they move. You know what I mean? So yeah, and that's part of why we have hookup culture based on the shit that's going on in society outside of just the parenting, but the other influences as well. Remember, most of us grew up without the internet being there, or the internet just started becoming available. You know what I'm saying? So our
mm.
views and how we view relationship is just way different. Go ahead, Simon.
Yo, bro, you be speaking some damn truth. Truth. Yo, the thing is, it's like, everyone wants to complain about something, okay? Because it's easy to complain, but we need to get our own perspectives into accordance. And when I say accordance, I mean like historically. How do you think we know shit? How do you think we know how like Google mapped out our world? Like we are competing with people who think we are lazy. We just want to sit in our houses. How come we can't do what they can do? It's extraordinary to me because it's okay to like just go, oh yeah, I'm having this problem in my relationship, but what are you doing for the rest of the society? Are you out here? Are you actually trying to educate yourself? Are you trying to educate your kids? Are you trying to educate the person that you had a grievance with? Are you trying to get on a level? You get what I'm saying? Are you trying to do something apart from just busting caps out your damn mouth? We are all capable of doing something, and there's no reason for us not to be doing something. So I can't come up to the level of intellectual soapbox because he's on another level. I can't. I'm a lawyer, but I can't. Do you get what I'm saying? I got cases to deal with tomorrow. I gotta do my own shit. I'm just saying. But I appreciate all the ladies and the men's that's been up here because you all mean something and you are all fucking significant. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. I wouldn't be alive without you niggers. And I said that in a particular type of way. You ain't Negroes, you ain't niggas. You're noonugs. I love you guys, man. Yo, I got to bounce though. I'm gonna bounce. Take the time tomorrow. Yo, Thanksgiving is coming up. Get that turkey out. Do you know how to do that shit?
All right, Simon.
Love you, Simon. Peace, bro.
Yeah, I fuck with all of y'all, but I'm gonna be alive whether with y'all or without y'all, man. Fuck that shit.
Get the turkey out, man. Do that turkey good.
All right, well, be easy, man, and yeah, put down the bottle less, right?
Yeah.
Drink less on that.
You know what I'm saying? Shit, bro. Boy, be slithered during the holidays, I bet. Boy, he come through that joint like, well, hello. I fuck with Simon though, man. I ain't mad at him. That's 84's dudes too, man. I ain't fucking with it, bro. He cool.
Except you a wild one. That's not found.
We love you, Simon.
Yeah, she love you, Simon. She love you, bro.
Definitely for sure.
I got love for his opinion. He's 100%. I respect it. Just do you, boo.
Yeah. But I think we're already passed on as far as like the whole average man relationship type of topic or whatever. Look, let me ask you guys this though. What do you guys really are? What do you guys are really interested to really talk about? Besides the hopelessness of like relationships all the time that you usually hear on these spaces. What would be something that would really like catch like the audience interest if you could think of one thing?
Like
I would say other life experiences, bro. Besides just relationships, you know what I'm saying? Just other type of things that we encounter in life, you know what I'm saying? Whether it be, fucked up shit, good shit, just other things besides just relationships, you know what I'm saying? There's more to life than just relationship talk, you know what I mean?
Right. Let me ask you guys this, and like I said, this is just miscellaneous or whatever at this point, free flowing. What is like, if you could think of one thing, what was like your most near-death experience?
There you go. Like good topics like that, bro. Just some shit, bro. You feel me?
Hey, watch how the numbers will drop now, though.
Man, I don't think so, bro. I don't think so. I think people are ready for that.
Are you?
I think they're ready. Because even 84, he done had a couple of streams that kind of went off on a different, type of hype, and it was good. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no. I'm just messing with you, yeah.
I think that's why people stick to relationship topics because it's easier to talk about than like 713 said. Like I know she meant it as a joke, but she said we're trauma bonded on that shit, which is she laughed, but for real, it's like I may not want to sit here and talk about the time a man almost fucking took my life in my house because he was abusing me for 2 years. I might not want to talk about the time that I got raped by 4 guys when I was 18. I might not want to talk about that shit. And you don't know how far along somebody is in their healing process. So I think that if you're going to have those kind of talks, it can't really just be a pop-up and, hey guys, let's talk about your trauma kind of thing, because you could definitely, as a podcaster who's been doing that type of talk for real, for 2.5 years, I always have a conversation beforehand. What's okay? What's not okay? What are your triggers? Is there anything you don't want me to talk about or mention? That kind of stuff. Like there's a little bit more preparation in doing a conversation like that live. Rather than just us popping up and being able to talk about relationships, because it's a little bit more dilute and diverse in opinion and perspective, as opposed to traumas or past experiences. Near-death experiences could be very, very, very triggering for somebody who hasn't even faced their healing process in that yet. Feel me? So I just want to like be mindful of the topic that you choose, because something like that could get really fucking deep and very emotional for somebody. Whereas you could do something general, like, for example, Black men's mental health as a whole, and pick a couple topics around that. And then, that's a little bit less invasive, I guess, kind of thing.
Yeah, but then I guess it's still like, because now, like, if I'm thinking about it, and even in a deeper sense, right, that could still even be a trigger for, maybe Black men that's actually going through things like that. Because
I meant it more in the sense of like, if you're gonna have a topic around Black men's mental health, you could pick you could pick like maybe 2 topics around finances specifically and work or something. You know what I mean? Like you could say it's gonna be focused around that, like kind of how you had sort of a general topic for what you want to talk about today.
Right.
Doing like something that you feel like would trigger. Maybe have something like specific around that topic that you would like to kind of like hit. And then see where the conversation.
Right, I get you.
Just so that people who are going to come on panel or be a part of the discussion or even in the chat aren't triggered. I've had conversations where it's like, okay, we're talking about sexual abuse today, And there's a lot of people who I'll post it on my Instagram so they know ahead of time. And that way people that are triggered or do not want to be in that conversation have the choice not to just pop in and hear something that is going to fuck them up, which has happened many times. Like, not that they've come in and got fucked up, but like they see my post and they're like, hey, Six, I didn't come in because it would have affected me this way. So I think the courtesy of letting your viewers know and the people that you have on panel for any topics like that would be a good thing. But that's why I was just going back to say, I think that's why we talk about relationships so much, and so many podcasts and books and this and that are on relationships.
Kind of more of like a safe ground then, right?
Yeah, it's more safe. Yeah.
Well, usually, right. And excuse me if any of these topics like we're triggering, for the moment, but that's what usually sometimes like I switch back and forth. Like, okay, if we get to like relationship topics, right? Okay, we switch to relationships, but then we get to the knowledge side of things where it's like, all right, what can we do as people to actually bond in together? Or what could we do to actually build up wealth? I mean, there's more to it besides like money, but you know what I mean? Like, or it could be something that is a little bit miscellaneous, but more of like, okay, well, we're gonna have a chill, but as a warning, it will be an open topic because sometimes people may hop into the panel, right, and they may have a different agenda in mind. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because you never know where the conversation can go. You can even have something scrolling at the bottom, like how you have your little banner thing, so people know. But yeah. Are you just trying to come up with new content for like instead of talking about relationships in the future? Is that what we're doing?
Well, mostly like because right now, since we do have the people in the chat, right? I just want to kind of get you guys to like feel like, okay, what will you guys would like to kind of hear, like maybe for like the next time when we go live to have a topic, right? Besides just like men and women topics, because here's the thing. When I don't talk about women or when I don't talk about men, right? The viewership gets very low, But I noticed that whenever I'm talking about certain subjects where maybe I guess it's somewhat relatable to like a lot of people in the chat, because relationships are just like like never ending, it's always ongoing, then you get like a lot of people that will be more in tune to it. But if it's outside of the relationships topic, right? What would you guys would like to hear? Like, it could be you guys, the people in the chat. What would you guys would like to hear? Like maybe on the next topic, would it be like maybe celebrities or something like that?
I'm gonna be the bad guy, bro.
All right, go ahead.
I'm gonna be the bad guy. I don't got no problem being the bad guy. So I'm gonna go ahead and be the bad guy right now.
Don't do it.
Okay.
The relationship shit, bro, is fucking dead as fuck. I have nothing against you content creators that do the relationship shit, but it's easy. That's why you guys do it. It's easy. Y'all talk and say the same shit. Nobody is moving forward. Everybody that's usually talking about the relationship shit ain't even in a fucking relationship. So let's keep it 100. So now when I say having topics, when it can be, of a near-death experience, I get what she's saying. A lot of people ain't gonna want to speak on certain shit, but that's what everything. You got people out here in this relationship talking the manosphere, talking crazy about fucking women, bro. You think they ain't triggered? Then you get people like Priscilla that's in here talking this crazy shit about men. You think they ain't triggered? So regardless, whatever topic you gonna have, somebody could fucking get triggered. But all I'm saying is it's better to have fucking real conversation, bro. You don't know who you may touch, who you may help. Yeah, there can be a lot of hurt, but maybe through that hurt, you can get some healing. Nobody is a fucking, what do you call it? We ain't licensed in nothing. We just having conversation, bro. But when you go ahead and have the conversation about these relationships all the time, it's fucking crazy and ridiculous, bro. Because you don't see nothing moving forward. I've been seeing this shit for the last 2-3 years, bro. You tell me what you've seen different. Any of you content creators, please tell me what you've seen different.
No, you're right.
I mean, no, you spot on. Because I mean, honestly, and here's the thing. To be honest with you guys, this is why like I kind of like slow down like on on like just being on like the social media space.
Hold on
And
one
then
second, M3. Hold on. I gotta do this. Easily rigged Tuesday nights, knowledge and relationships. Get you a bar. You feel me? This is what we do. Easily rigged Tuesday nights, knowledge and relationships, man.
hey, you know what I mean? But but to keep it like a buck bean, right? This is kind of like why like I kind of like been like a little bit MIA for a little bit. And there's nothing like, personal with any of you guys or whatever. If you guys haven't seen me in a long time. And actually I do apologize if you have not seen me in any of these spaces for a long time supporting. I do be supporting, but sometimes I don't have the time to like really like, text or check in or whatever. But a lot of times, man, like it's too much like drama into these YouTube spaces because of these dry ass relationship topics where nothing is really producing. I can see if something's producing and then there's like some type of healing that's going on, or maybe you're having some type of fun activity or game night. I mean, I seen like Six Boss when she have her chill moments and she plays like the word game. I mean, I don't know how to integrate that like onto the StreamYard, but things like that, if we had something that was going on that could take our minds out of the stress of relationship topics, then I think that will honestly like will be good. You feel me? But yeah, no, like these channels, man, are starting to become like a lot more toxic. People where people are doxing or people just falling over like dumb shit. I'm just at a point where it's like, okay, I'm just done for just tuning in. There's no point. I'm not learning anything. It's not even exciting. So yeah, I just honestly, and sometimes even content creation could easily burn me out just because of that. Because I'm like, all right, it's like a twofold type of thing. You want to do something where you want to get to your creative side where you want to do something fun, but if nobody's watching it and everybody's like watching only like the drama of it, then it's like, oh, damn, you only leaving me two choices. And I'm not going to choose a choice, excuse me, to like, throw in my integrity as the content creator and fall like a sheep. I'd rather be the shepherd that lead it. Even if I wind up having one or two sheep or no sheep at all until like,
Hey,
I find
M3,
some.
can you drop the link for 713? She wants to come up.
I think if she's on your side, I'm not able to drop it. Hold on, let me see. Let me see. If I send a link to you, Six Boss, are you able to copy and paste it on yours?
Yep.
Okay, I put it in the private chat.
Okay, cool.
Okay, thanks. You said 17 is trying to come up?
713.
Oh, okay. Oh, 713. My bad. I get you.
People like relationship topics because they like venting their bitterness. That's all. Like drama, messiness, and bitterness. That's all. They're clowns. And you're right, Big Rig. Everybody got an opinion. They can't keep a relationship longer than they brush their teeth.
Damn. And okay, so Six Boss, she shared a link to you guys. Feel free to pull up. I want to hear your opinions about this. Like, and thank you guys. Even though you guys are watching it from Six Boss's Twitch channel, thank you guys for like just like your comments, for listening to us, for giving us your input.
Definitely salute to everyone.
Yeah. And please, like, if anything, hey, please subscribe to Knowledge Relationships on YouTube. I mean, follow us like on Twitch as well, if you may. But yeah, definitely support us. I appreciate it. Oh, she says, can you drop it again? Okay. Six Boss, you got it. And thank you, Six Boss, for sharing our live stream as well, too, though. You are definitely the MVP.
Yeah, Six Boss kept it lit.
I know. She's Six Boss for a reason, though.
I'm very opinionated.
No, but I like your opinions, though. Like, it's very enjoyable. It's intriguing.
She's very respectful.
It may be challenging, but it's definitely like very constructive and helpful.
It's only
So
challenging with Simon. Let's be real.
again, it's challenging, but I enjoy it.
Hey, Six, I just see you got the shoes posted up because I was about to get on that line. I'm like, who the fuck is this posting me shoes and shit in the
It's
chat?
that merch.
Yes, sir. I design custom sneakers, so anything AF1s, Jordans, Pumas, whatever. I can Gucci them, I could Louis Vuitton them, I could theme them however you want. They're all in the boxes behind me, but if you go to
you want to pull out real quick and kind of show them?
Kicks by Six, I have most of them there. I have 4 of them that I'm working on right now. I have a pair that I could show you. One second.
Sure. And I'm gonna zoom you in if you don't mind.
So these are a travel theme that somebody chose. They're not finished yet, actually. I'm still working on them. I know it's a little bit wordy, but so it's got black glitter in the swoosh. I did red around, so they wanted red and gray themed, and I did like some little travel stuff on the fronts. I'm actually gonna put some writing here, like travel, explore, that kind of stuff, and like some script writing on the front. And then I detailed the back here a little bit. So that's the back. And then I'm gonna fancy up the bottom here. So these are not done yet, but almost. But yeah, that's what I do. I just take your idea. A few DJs have ordered a pair of these from me, so I'm gonna be putting their logo on it. The ones I'm working on this week is a New York Jets theme, so that's gonna be fun. And like a Jamaican theme. So yeah, lots. I did a couple baby pairs. I did a Moana theme. You can see all of the ones that I've done so far on the Instagram. But yeah, they're available, and I'm only taking 3 more orders for this year because I'm booked.
Okay, so since boss, so quick question. So that link, let me see, on Instagram, is that your secondary Instagram link, or is that the same one?
That's my business Instagram. I generally don't drop my personal, but I'll put my personal one in here if I know you.
Well, no, I just well, you don't have to if you don't want to, but I just wanted to make sure so I can follow you.
No. I do it for Twitch stuff.
Okay.
So, like, for example, if Riggs added me, I'm probably gonna let him be my friend. But if Simon adds me, I'm probably not gonna let him be my friend. You know what I mean? So
I get you though.
that's my Instagram. It's private for a reason. There's
a link here.
Me and my lingerie and shit, so I'm selective of who gets to see it and who not. But the Kicks by Six is open. It's right there under my name, Kicks by Six, and you can add me up on there and check me out.
All right. Well, thank you for plugging that in. I will definitely check that out. I'm gonna follow you right now. So if I'm quiet, just give me a second, okay?
No worries. Go ahead. I do appreciate everybody. The link doesn't work for you? Oh, the StreamYard's link?
The StreamYard link? No, someone's in there. 713. Hold on for a second. Just to be sure, right? Because we do have chosen, and this is his or her first time. I gotta pull out the overlay real quick until I hear this person's voice. But 713, is that you?
Yes.
Yeah, that's her.
Okay, cool. Thanks for the verification. Go ahead and 713, thank you for tuning in for the first time. And Six Boss, I just followed your 6 by Kicks. So
Kicks by Six, but yes.
I mean Kicks by 6.
Good try. Thank you. I appreciate it. I really do.
That's the Delexis coming out of me. It's all good, but yeah. But how you doing, sis?
I'm well. Thank you for asking. I was hold on a second. I want to turn my volume down here. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so I had some input in regards to the content that I look for on YouTube, or I look forward to seeing on Twitch. And sometimes, yes, I do enjoy watching things about relationships, but if we're being absolutely honest, there is a lot of redundancy about what men are doing, what women are doing, and how X, Y, and Z can do it better, and fuck men and fuck women, whatever. We already know what it is, right? Mm-hmm. But the truth is what I would want to dive into is what channels are talking about shadow work, so that we can dive into those avenues of okay, now I want to explore a relationship. or what type of joy do we dive into so we can be in joy with another person on this platform or with this platform, right?
Mm-hmm.
So people are always attracted to the negative. Like attracts like. So you're gonna
Right.
get a bunch of people in your chat saying, "Oh well, yeah, and females this and females that." We know we're females. We know we're women. And quite
Mm-hmm.
frankly, like if we're gonna talk about females from a like, if you're gonna bring up the subject and say, okay, relationship or whatever, we should be talking about why men are valuing themselves and their counterparts rather than valuing someone that is a producer that's going to multiply whatever they have, right? Like
Right.
if
Right.
you something you want to, I'm so thankful that Simon ain't on here right now, so I don't have to censor myself. But if you want to put
Mm-hmm.
something inside me, like your penis, your cum, whatever that might be, well, fuck. Let's talk about why. How do we get
Right.
there? And the only way you get there is if you're in your joy, if you're practicing the things that you want to see. So same thing with your platform. If you want to build on this platform in the way that I'm multiplying your stream right now by even giving you content and idea to do this, talk about your joy. Because this shit is whack.
Right.
And this is my third time chiming into knowledge and relationships. And a lot of the men that you have on your panel, if you're looking for productive or constructive criticism, are on the same frequency. They're on the same mindset. They're saying the same shit. I can go to my WhatsApp, or not even my WhatsApp, my any dating app, and the same shit I'm hearing here are all the men are affirming what's happening in real deep. Like, do something different, say something different. Everything is redundant. So yeah,
No, and
relationship.
I.
Focus on knowledge. Fuck relationship. Know yourself. You'll get to the relationship.
Mm-hmm. And now, and actually, and I appreciate like your honesty too. That's why, like, whenever I do have to switch, sometimes with the relationships, once in a while, I try to keep it at a bare minimum. You know what I mean? Where I'm like, okay, we hear the whole blame game shit, right? And that's getting kind of ancient. Okay, but ultimately, what are we doing wrong that is like making us feel a certain type of way? That's not making progress. But yeah, as far as with the joy and all that, like, look, I said this before, and I'll say this again. The joy I really get is actually having these type of conversations, with you guys, and it could be anything. You know what I mean? It could be to the extreme, or it could just be something that's silly. I just think, honestly, we missed on. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And what I would say, like, to your question of like, where can we start or how can we move forward? Both sides lack accountability. But and that's where it starts. It doesn't start with, well, men are doing this or men are doing that, and women are doing this or women are doing that. Be accountable for your shit. Talk about shadow work, and then how do you relate shadow work to joy?
Right.
And then when you get in that bag and you quote unquote healing or whatever the fuck that is for everybody else, then we can talk about, all right, well, I'm in this healthy relationship, but that comes to you naturally. But honestly, we're all in a relationship with one another. I'm in a relationship with you right now. There's no, like, Big Rig ain't said shit, but so long as we're on this panel, we're on a relationship or in relationship with one another. You know what I mean? So relationships is like insignificant if you ain't doing your own shit.
Right, exactly. But ultimately, if you're really empty on the inside, you probably shouldn't even be talking about relationships. Relationships should actually be on the last thing that's in your mind right now. You know what I mean? Otherwise, it falls deep into hooking up mindlessly without actually trying to build. And that's why I keep trying to drill in, like, forget about the whole boyfriend, girlfriend, trying to get a relationship type of thing. Let's talk about how can we be a better friend. You know what I mean? I feel like it's more happier when you actually have a friendship type of, mindset. You know what I mean? Like, keep things on a level where you're actually building. And that's why I enjoy listening to like Six Box when her and Watts was talking about building something. 'Cause I feel like for a first. Oh, go ahead.
But even in this conversation, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying let's take relationships out of this conversation.
Okay.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's stop talking about how 6 watts relates to anybody and how 6 watts blew up 1,000 watts, whatever that young man's name is. We're not going to talk about it. I was being fucking petty when I said that. But what I'm saying is, fuck relationships. How are you being accountable in your life? What are you grateful for? What did you do today that made you smile? Did you kiss your mama? Like, you see what I'm saying? I don't even want to. When I tell you that I'm tired of talking about relationships, fuck you niggas.
And that's what I was just talking about, Seven, is like, why, just because I have a sexual attraction to somebody or I'm attracted to their mind, why do I have to fucking jump on that? Like, I could let somebody know, but just going back to what you're saying, it's not about the fucking relationship.
Yeah.
It's about me, and you guys know this, is me doing me right now. Do I still want some dick because I got some needs? 100%. But that doesn't mean that I want to get into anything with anybody. Dude who came over here the other day, I might not ever talk to him again. Who fucking knows? I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, I got what I needed in that moment. If something transpires after that, cool. But like what Seven is talking about is like, I am happy with myself and this moment and the life that I'm living right now because I practice my gratitude. Because whenever I see myself slipping up, I remember the conversations that I've had on Boss the Fuck Up or privately with Karen or 713, where they've told me, Six, this is what I went through in my life. This is how I dealt with this situation. It has nothing to do with relationships, but it's shit that I'm now taking and applying it and practicing it right now. Exactly, kind of like what Watts was saying. He was like, you know, you got to do this and this and this to practice, you know, what you want in a relationship. Aside from a relationship, you practice all of the other knowledge outside of a relationship. You know what I mean? For yourself. At the end of the day, it's right.
Most men that you have on your panel are the same men that I fucking talk to on fucking dating apps. Y'all are, it's monolithic at this point. Your thoughts are monolithic. Let's talk about something else that y'all ain't talking about. You want to talk about men, knowledge, and relationships? Talk about the relationship you're holding with yourself. Talk about the relationship you have a big rig. Like, the fuck? We don't need to hear about men versus women. I'm over it. I'm over here working on my shit. You work on yours.
Yeah, we're all human beings, man. We all go through the same shit. I just think that when in these spaces, they done got caught up on having conversations with there's nothing wrong with it, but they want to put their way of doing things on the person. You feel me? Like what they say is golden. That's just so far out. And that's what just kills me with the whole situation with the shit. I could have a conversation about anything, but I'm not gonna put my ways on anybody. You know what I'm saying? And I just see a lot of that. And then, you know, then they talk the money thing and it just gets out of hand, man. It's too fairy tale for me.
That's not what I'm saying.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, I'm not saying we can talk about relationships, right? And I feel like there's space at the table for everything, right? And we can talk about, yo, this is my relationship with my mother. This is how it played out in this relationship. But that's a versus, hey, this is men versus women. This is how my childhood was. This is the relationship I have with this woman or this elder. And this is the impact that it made in my life for it to be X, Y, and Z. It doesn't have to be a relationship conversation necessarily as in men versus women. It's how things played out in my life. It's being more introspective and perhaps reflective rather than shooting from the hip. And we're always talking about relationships in this thing. You're asking, I don't think that you should do it my way. I don't think my way is perfect, but I do think that there's space at the table for my way and everyone's way here.
You guys got that? What you think? Oh, go ahead, Rick.
No, I could dig everything she's saying, bro. It's just, you know, me personally, And kind of like, with me and B-Eazy, man, we just try to do things that just are a little bit different. We may have a topic on that relative that, comes to the barbecue and acts up or something, you know what I'm saying? Everybody got that relative like that. And then people could relate. You can have fun with it. You can get serious with it. You know what I'm saying? Like there's so many different routes you can go. Just things that, is relatable, you know what I'm saying, in life besides just relationship.
No, I feel you though. You know what I mean? Yeah, I mean, we could talk about like food and shit too, though. You feel me? If people are really into
right,
what's like your favorite cookout? Actually, do you even know how to cook?
Who's not bringing the potato salad?
And I don't. You know what I'm saying? And that could be a top. I don't know how to cook. I could boil something.
Nah, man, but I make like the meanest like sweet potato pie though, without no egg in it.
That's what's up.
I don't even need to add the sugar to it. Just
we need references. I need you to.
Yeah, I don't believe that, but I mean it sounds good.
Yeah,
though,
I need to believe that one.
Hey, I'm saying when you try my pie, you'll understand. You don't.
He said no sugar, no nothing, and it come out like that. Okay.
That's a lie from hell. That's a lie from hell, baby.
Watch.
Yeah, I don't know. 713. He kind of trying to drop a bomb right now. I don't know.
Hey, I'm letting y'all know right now, man. Chef MT, man, knows how to get down in the kitchen when it comes to the baking stuff, though. So
you can't come to Thanksgiving. You can't come to Thanksgiving. Not with sweet potato pie. You can't.
Watch. When you try my pie, you're gonna be like, "Ooh!" It's gonna almost take you to heaven. I'm telling you. People think I'm capping now, though, because I'm wearing that blue cap. But I'm just saying. What about you, Six? What's the meanest dish you could make? That's what made me say,
My favorite thing to make is lasagna and stuffed mushrooms, like on the side. That's my favorite. I think my beef stew is the bomb, but I'm very it just depends. I cook everything. I can cook. So I'll make roti and curry when needed, or I'll make whatever. Doesn't matter. Whatever my kid is almost 16, so whatever he says he wants, I just make it. Tacos one day, next day he wants chicken Alfredo, another day he wants lasagna, whatever.
Are they ground beef tacos or carne asada tacos?
I don't know what that is, but it's chicken.
Oh, okay.
I usually buy chicken thighs. I don't buy chicken breasts anymore.
Is it too bland?
When it has bone in it, I'll buy it, or I'll go to the butcher shop. But at the end of the day, chicken, I use whole chicken, and I cut it up myself, and I use that to make my chicken Alfredo.
Ain't no fake chicken around here,
huh?
He said ain't no fake chicken around here.
Ain't no fake chicken around here.
Nah, bro. I'm I don't even want to eat food anymore because of all the shit that's going on.
You see that lettuce? You see that lettuce they got going too?
I don't even want
to. They make that shit in the water, bro. That shit was crazy. It was like a liquid.
Nothing.
What?
See, these is topics, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Parents said, why don't you buy chicken breast? Because a lot of the chicken is not real chicken these days, Karen. There's a lot of videos and stuff out there. People are cleaning their chicken and stuff, and it's falling apart. Even when you cook your chicken breast, even without it, even if it didn't fall apart, when you cut your chicken, it's supposed to cut a certain way. Most chicken breast is peeling apart like cheese strings, and it's not supposed to do that. That means it's genetically made. It's being 3D made, like how KFC did their thing. I'm thinking, I don't want it. I want real food. If I have to go back to how old days was, where when my mom wasn't growing up in Guyana and she had to literally go outside and fetch a chicken and cut its head off and defeather it and pluck it and thing, I'll do that just to make sure it's a real chicken. But this food these days, I really don't want to eat anything. I'm being for real. On Sundays, I'm hungry and I'm let me order. And then I'll get on Uber Eats and I'm I don't want to fucking even order anything. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like that.
Oh, sorry.
No, I don't want to eat food lately because it's gross.
Right. To be honest with you, Like sometimes, man, I'm kind of getting to a point where it's like I don't even want to go out to like eat as much. Like I don't know, maybe it's like a little bit of fear or so, but okay, for a while I had like high blood pressure, and it took me a while for me to even get that lower down to like its bare minimum. But I for like at least a whole week, I had to drink nothing but like like smoothies, shakes or whatever, juices, things like that that will like have maybe less sodium, less processed stuff. And when I saw the results, I'm like, man, like my metabolism was kicking in right away, and it was definitely like improving my overall health. But going back to like eating like like fast food or whatever, like I feel like a lot now, and I'm like I could definitely tell a noticeable difference, and that's because the food industry doesn't really care about overall health like that. So it's like the only problem is that it's fast and it's accessible when you're out on a go and when you're working, or you may not even have the time to do like any meal preps like for the week or for the day. So um but yeah, I'm trying like just like just eat foods like at home, man, and keep the processed foods like at a minimum.
Yeah, Cindy was saying in the chat, so I was just reading the chat on my phone, that
Yeah.
a lot of the meat and shit is not good for your body. Like naturally for human beings, we're not really supposed to be consuming a lot of the shit that's out there. But
Yeah, they say our teeth ain't even designed to be chomping down meat.
right. Like when you study the biology of a human being and how we're made up, we're not supposed to be consuming a lot of the things that we were taught to consume.
Yeah,
Salute from
imagine like
Germany.
if
Salute
you
from Germany.
let's see that. Oh yeah, salute. Definitely. Thank you for tuning in from Germany. I appreciate that. High value nurse, man. Salutes to you. Hey, salutes to you, man. Thank you for tuning in. But shit, I lost my train of thought. I was gonna say
we were saying that
yeah,
like none of the
imagine
food out there we're supposed to be consuming. Riggs said that our bodies are not even like our teeth and shit are not even made for that.
right. I was gonna say like imagine like okay, if we just had the practice of like eating the foods that we're supposed to be eating. You know what I mean? From like the ground up, having our own gardens and stuff. To a point that you don't even really need to cook it. You have your fruits, you have your vegetables, and I learned this from like a bodybuilder called like he called himself like Broly Gaines or whatever. He always like be doing like these like short like YouTube clips working out, but he'll show like, hey, you don't even need meat. You don't even need to live off of that. All you need is like your fruits and vegetables, and that's pretty much it.
But like you were saying, that could be dope if we could grow our own shit so that we know what we're eating. But even as Riggs was just saying, the fucking lettuce turned into fucking water liquid. Like you don't even
that's some weird shit though.
Don't fucking know what you're eating from fruits. Like look at all the information that's out there. You don't know what to believe, right? Like there's all this okay, if vegetables
even the rice
in it, then it's not real. Yeah, rice too, right? So with the vegetables and fruits, if it doesn't have seeds, then it was probably like man-made kind of thing or whatever. Broccoli, cauliflower, that's not even a real vegetable. It's a hybrid thing, like it's man-made. So like all of this shit, we don't even know. We're just like taught to eat our fucking broccoli as 2-year-olds, you know what I mean, or whatever. And we grow up thinking that we need to fucking eat all of this shit that we're not supposed to be eating. Like people don't even, for the simple fact that people don't even take into consideration that McDonald's had Coke in their Coke for so long.
Coca-Cola. Yeah.
Like which is actually, it's facts, you know what I mean? But at the end of the day, people still trust McDonald's to like provide them with like actual food. You're not eating food from McDonald's at all. You know what I mean?
Don't you buy that baby no Happy Meal.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. But man, but sometimes, I ain't gonna lie, it be breaking my heart like when I be seeing like young kids that's like super like obese, and that's because like you know, the parents is like feeding them all kinds of processed stuff, but it's like, I mean, you can't really like frown upon them because like they may not be educated. If they're eating that type of stuff and then you feed that chicken nugget to the kid, it's like, dang, you're building a generation of like unhealthy people.
And the shit be cheap and fast.
Yeah, but and it don't expire. Like they even did like videos of
Or
where
that
like
French fry, that French fry in the car.
yeah, the French fry in the car, and then they try to torch like the McDonald's patty, and it would not melt or burn or disintegrate. I guess.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
we
the
know
cheese.
that because
Yeah.
McDonald's burgers they've tested where you just leave it out for like months and it doesn't fucking change the bread or the meat or any the lettuce, anything. It just stays like that.
That's that super burger, man.
This is not a. I don't know what kind of super it is, but it's not a burger. Super something.
Hey man, whatever ingredients like they put in their burgers or sandwiches, man. Like, look, I need to build that for like a suit, like a.
You guys didn't see the
suit.
thing on the internet where the FBI found some facility of like human bodies and they're being accused of like it's a human chop shop and like we're eating human beings in the burgers and shit.
Oh damn.
You guys didn't hear about that? I think it was in Illinois. It was found or something, but yeah, they found like a human. I was talking about it on stream last week. They said that they found a barrel of severed penises. Blunts and music, hi baby. And yeah, it's true. Like there was so many other things that arose before they actually found that facility. There was a bunch of things happening in the media. So I don't know, like I said, you don't know what's real, you don't know what's not real. But at the end of the day, a lot of things kind of make sense. People were finding like little pieces of body parts in their Popeyes burgers or like a tooth, like chicken nugget or like whatever. And then like I think it was like a few weeks later they found this chop shop. But there's so many people, like they're putting two and two together. They're like, so many people are going missing. Where the fuck are all these companies getting enough meat? Because there's not even that much meat in the world to be produced for the amount of meat that's being sold. So where the fuck is the rest of the meat coming from? You know what I mean? So like things are not adding up and people are becoming like more aware and like awake. But yeah, that shit blew my fucking mind. A barrel of severed dicks?
Yeah, you're like, blowing my mind. That shit's crazy.
Yeah, I'm telling you, there's some shit. But yeah.
You know, fried wiener schnitzels, man. You know what I mean?
Wiener schnitzels. It's gross. But I said to say that, like, you never know what the fuck you're eating. Like, I thought buying fucking chicken breast was okay. And it, like, I'm so turned off by food right now. Like I said, I just don't know what to eat. And Riggs was saying something about the rice and shit too. Yeah,
what's up with the rice, Riggs? And salute 713. Have a good night. Thank you.
Yeah, I heard something about almost like some kind of, I don't want to say wood chips or something, but something that's kind of wild, man, that they use.
My mom was telling me
for the rice, man.
Oh, plastic
rice.
Or plastic, yeah, something. It was crazy, man.
Yeah. It's fucking.
And then the thing that blows my mind is like, why do they feel they need to do that?
Yeah. There's a lot of injections going into the food, like even food that's packaged, right? So there's like things out in the internet or like speculations, if you want to call it that basically for anybody who didn't get the vaccine, you're gonna fucking get the vaccine whether you like it or not, and we're gonna make you eat it. So at the end of the day, they are injecting shit into our food. They've been injecting shit into our food, which we know is true. To be able to have everybody have whatever the fuck is in the vaccine. Whether you took it or not, you're going to have it. So at the end of the day, they made you think that you had a fucking choice. You don't have a fucking choice. And there is other shit going on in regards to not only the food and like our food being injected and like all of that shit. People sometimes pay attention too much to like the surface level of shit. And they don't do their own research. Like I said, there's a lot of true things out there and not true things, but you got to do your own research and find out what the fuck is real and what's not real and start putting two and two together. Because I've talked about it on my stream where I said, you think that pandemic was just like a fluke? It wasn't just a thing that happened. You don't think that the government was testing how society was going to handle shit? Or like whatever the fuck it is that they're doing? You don't think that there's another pandemic coming or another lockdown coming or something even bigger fucked up? Like even for the simple fact that I pay attention to finances, right? And like in the market and shit. And that right now they are already implementing in 3 different states. And I'm just talking about the states alone. I believe they're doing it in all of the UK, where they are now diminishing the actual paper dollar and coins. So everything is going digital in certain places. And that's going to happen worldwide soon. What the fuck do you think is going to happen with our financial system, our banks, and our economy once everything goes digital? There's already
more control. Yeah.
There's already Amazon locations that exist, and you can look them up and like they're for real, where there's nobody in the store. Everything is electronic, and they have a million fucking cameras in there. And the way it works is you go and you fucking do your shopping. You have to have a credit card is what they said. And it's by Amazon. And before you check out, it will read everything you have in your fucking basket, and it will charge your card. And that's it. Everything is fucking digital. You are not leaving if you don't pay for something. If you don't have enough money on your card, you leave your fucking groceries there. You ain't fucking getting out. So it's going to be very, very, very different soon. And when I say soon, I mean soon. Did you guys, let me ask you guys something. Did you guys hear about the thing where on October 4th, and this happened because somebody in the States actually told me about it, where about a month ago before that October 4th happened, they said, on October 4th or around October 4th, people's cell phones will all go off for an emergency testing. What that testing was supposed to do, speculation again, is to activate whatever the fuck is in the fucking vaccines in your body. And they have also said in some of the states in regards to that, that if you had taken the vaccine, that you will no longer be considered human because your genetics are now altered from that vaccine, which gives you no human rights. So you now belong to the government. There's all these kind of things out there. You know what I mean? It's a scary fucking world to look at. So when you look at everything full circle, that relationships are the last fucking thing on my mind. I'm looking at fucking surviving right now.
Just definitely tread light with that information, because boy, they be ready to shut shit down.
What's not real, you don't know what's true and what's not true. There's so much shit on the media. So like, how do you decipher through all of that shit and figure out like what's true, what's not true, and how to apply it to your fucking life? You know what I mean? Like, am I just not buying a simple thing? Am I just not buying chicken breast just because I saw a TikTok meme? Or did I do my research and find out that I'm not fucking eating chicken breasts? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm gonna say this. Well, before I even touch into it, right? And here's the crazy part, because sadly, it's like we're not even allowed to even have even these type of conversations. I'm not even just talking about just with YouTube. I noticed that anytime somebody have these conversations, whether it be Twitter, whether it be Instagram or Facebook, those topics are usually is shut down immediately, and then they'll flag you for misinformation. I'm gonna just put this real quick, and I'm gonna just be blunt about it. Right? Look, everything is entertainment purposes, but it's also yet for education as well too. So YouTube, of course, I know you want me to say certain type of lingo or whatever. So here you go. Please be advised, what we discuss is not political, clinical, financial, medical, nor legal advice. This is for information and entertainment purposes only. And even when we have guests in the panel, in the chat as well too, everybody's going to have a different point of view. And I feel like everybody's point of view, whether if you guys feel like it's right or if it's wrong, I think it should still be acknowledged anyways. So even the opinions of our panelists, guests, chat are not necessarily the viewpoints or of knowledge relationships, or if it is the viewpoints of knowledge relationships, don't flag us for speaking our opinion to it, because there's a lot of weird shit that is going on, especially in our food system. And honestly, look, man, we gotta be authentic, man. We can't just be. I think this is the other part that actually kills me when it comes to like YouTube and all that. You know,
Doesn't
it's
it
like
suck that like you have to make a disclaimer like that because you
it
have your
does.
own fucking opinion and that people might take it the wrong way or be offended? Like I honestly think that that's fucked, but it's necessary.
Yeah, and actually, but legally, I guess it covers. That's just like if I was to try to give financial advice about money or investing in property. I'm not a licensed provider professional, so I still gotta make that disclaimer because if anything, if somebody takes it and runs off with it, then it will be liable. But again, it's just the way how things work, and unfortunately, people do get very sensitive about these type of topics. Some of them probably is mad right now because we're talking about jabs and whatever you want to call it. But I feel like I kind of agree with you on that one.
Exactly what you're saying. I don't talk about anything political here and maybe Riggs will have something to say about this. And he says, let's find something fucking else to talk about other than relationships. And I 100% agree. But and we could talk about other topics and stuff. I get it. There's a lot of content we could talk about, but then like I don't talk about political views or religion or like world events or like things that actually apply and matter to us because of this shit. So I stick to relationships because of streaming rules. So
again, going back to the safe route again.
I keep going back to the same thing because you can get strikes, you can get reported, you can get this, that. So it's like when I was saying that those conversations are safe, I more so meant that they're safe for streaming purposes. You know what I mean?
No, I feel what you're saying. I feel what you're saying.
Right.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that's why it's so saturated is because of all the fucking rules and bullshit. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And Cindy says only jab or talk about jab or whatever. I get it because
no, jab is like a Caribbean thing. So
Oh, that's the Caribbean thing. Okay. I thought you was talking about just say jab and stuff like the
only jab I talk about is jab. Jab is like a Caribbean festival dancing thing.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks for the correction. Definitely. but see, like
you learn something new every day.
Yeah.
I would say, Griff. I mean, Riggs.
No, I just say you learn something new every day.
Yeah, and that's that's the fun part that I love about having conversations with like certain individuals, even more so outside of live stream because, I mean, I said I'll talk about whatever, but outside of live stream, like I'll get down in the conversation real deep and heavy, especially conspiracy theories and all this other things that normally I don't even have to worry about putting a disclaimer because wherever it comes in my mouth, it is what it is, But people do be on that sensitivity type of vibe, so
very sensitive.
Yeah.
Very sensitive. So, I think that's why again I revert back to talking about relationships and shit is because people are so fucking sensitive. If I could just say it, we were watching this episode on tonight's conversation, like they hit it right on the head. They were like, men are the new fucking bad bitches. And I don't mean to diss anybody, but it's like everybody, including men, have become so fucking sensitive. Everybody needs to be included. Nobody wants to be left out. You can't say this. You can't use that term. You need to ask people what their proper pronoun is. Like all of this shit. And it's not that I don't respect any of it. It's just that like, I feel like everybody all of a sudden was like, oh, what about me? What about my individuality? And blah, blah, blah. Shut the fuck up. Like, why do you need a whole day to celebrate your sexual preference? Like, because you're a man and you decide to sleep with another man, everybody else in the whole fucking world has to conform to that? Why? Like, why do I have to dim down my sensitivities as a single woman and the rights that I have in my beliefs to make you feel more comfortable about your sexuality? Oh, you choose that to sound like you problem that. So why do I have to conform to your way of living? You know what I mean? Like, is it not enough that I can just respect you for the individual that you are? You know what I mean?
No, it's not enough. Everybody wants to be the video bomber. They want to be seen. It's got to be about them. See, one thing that I liked about the whole YouTube thing is it's interactive. You know, it's dope. So it's like you're watching your TV program, but now you can interact with them and conversate with them and be a part of the show.
Right.
But
Exactly.
now you got people that just want to
Like,
be
I never
fucking a
had
part
that
of
before.
everything. What's that?
Like, that's something that YouTube recently introduced, or I don't really fuck with YouTube like that, so I don't know what it
Well, I mean,
is.
even what you're doing, like when you stream, you have people, you can have a panel, it's interactive. You know what I'm saying? So people love that shit. But now you got people that just want to be heard and be seen all the time. You know, like people that you would meet in regular life that you're just like, man, they always want to fucking be in the middle of shit. Now you got these people on, you know, YouTube and whatever other these panels or whatever be on. And they
Right.
just want to talk about anything or just to be heard, or they want to correct you. Like the thing that
It's
was
just
killing
go
me is
live.
I'd have conversations with people and they want to correct my conversation. Like they want to break it down to fucking like pins and needles. You know what I'm saying? Like if we was having a regular conversation on the street, you wouldn't be trying to break me down like this because you know what I'm talking about. But now
Right.
you want to break me down. I got to be hella fucking correct on everything I'm saying. I can't, you know, leave something out. It's
You
just
with
like,
your opinions. Yeah.
yeah, it's just too
Right.
much,
Yeah, I
man.
feel you. It's like, if we're having let's say this, average guys have no dating options. That was the topic, right? So it's like everybody who came on the panel definitely has their own opinion around that, but we're also, in a way, I'm going to use air quotes, politically speaking, right? From like the shit that we've heard and how to make everybody comfortable with the conversation, I guess you could say. There's going to be some people who's going to speak out of pocket, or not necessarily out of pocket, but really give their opinions like me. I don't give a fuck. But at the end of the day, most people will speak in a manner that they have been taught by society, even about new ways of thinking, healing, whatever the fuck it is, right? Like everybody's trying to be like everybody else, and like what Riggs was saying, like nobody just wants to fucking be themselves. That's why I was saying at the end, I fucking respect Simon, because at the end of the day, he's him and he has his opinion and he's not gonna bend on it. But the cool thing about him was he's not afraid to be him. He wasn't gonna conform to anything that anybody else was saying just because they were saying it. You know what I mean? So that's a good thing too to have, because a lot of people will try to put you in a box even with your thinking. They want you to think this certain way, like what Riggs was just saying. Like he might have an opinion and then he'll be having a conversation with someone, that other person wants to either correct him or tell him, no, that's not how you think, or that's not how it's supposed to be done, or like whatever. Like, bruh, just let me be me. This is my opinion. That's your opinion. Cool. You know what I mean? Everybody wants to change you to the way that you're supposed to be, or it's how you're supposed to think or go about shit, which is fucked, I think. But
you know, some people have a thrill of making you fold.
Stay in the chat for a bit, but I'm gonna jump off the panel. But thank you for having me. I need to end my live, but I'm gonna stay in the chat. Yeah, for sure.
Problem.
Having me, I appreciate you.
Shit,
I mean, we're about to get ready
too. We 4 hours and shit in.
Yeah, it's been like 4 hours and 21 minutes and counting.
It was a long day for me because I was on a raid train today. I actually was the person doing an interview for the epilepsy raid. So I've been on it since like 8 o'clock. I've been up since 5 o'clock this morning. So I'm ready to like go really smoke my spliff and get into bed and talk to whichever one of the 20 mans that I have.
She said spliff. They East Coast out there in the UK. Y'all be East Coast lingoed out, boy.
But I'll see you guys soon. Thank you so much. Mwah.
All right. Well, if anything, thank you, Six Boss, again for sharing your stream. Everybody, if you guys still on Six Boss's live stream, please follow Knowledge and Relationships on YouTube and on Twitch as well too. So go ahead, everybody, give us that good follow.
Yeah, shout out to everyone, man, for rocking with us tonight, man.
Yeah, definitely.
I came in a little bit late, but you know what I'm saying? I'm glad I came in. You feel me?
No, we're good. Well, I'm glad that you came in, Rick. So thank you again, man, for tuning in, my brother. And everybody else, you guys have a good night.
Yeah.
All right. Check out Easily Riggs Tuesday nights. All right.
Boy, oh boy.
The late night, you know.
That's it.
All right, everybody. Let me go ahead and close us out with the outro when I pull that up. Peace, everybody.
knowledge and relationships.